me to go and unmute
Nice.
myself. Do-do-do-do. Can someone do me a quick favor?
Maybe.
Is
Possibly.
somebody in the stream who can double check the audio? Just because since last time I have updated things on my computer to do capture card, and I just want to make sure everything is being picked up.
I'm loading it up right now.
I'm also loading it up right now. I usually have the chat pop up anyway, so.
You
For the
sound
ad.
good, but we should probably talk so that way we all sound
Yeah.
True. Because, I was watching the first episode and, everyone was quiet except you, Neffy. So I was like, oh
Yeah.
I'll talk now. I'm talking.
Spelsy sounds definitely lower than everybody, but yeah, we do sound
Well,
lower
it's
than
probably
everybody.
because of all the bull crap that's in the background on my end.
That's true.
I'm just going to raise you up all on Discord because I don't know how to do it individually.
no. What was I looking for?
It's fine.
Brain.
Except for Diana. Diana's already at 200%.
I know, because I'm naturally just so quiet. I'm not loud at all, despite my parents always complaining about me yelling at y'all.
I talked to Pop Tart about it the other day, about the fact that my husband yells at me for being loud all the time. Because he's in the room right next to me, sleeping.
You are
Even though he's
naturally loud,
louder.
but I think you're overcompensating because your husband is super loud.
Yeah, he's always loud.
Yeah, I do have you,
He
nephew,
has
pretty
no
low.
room to talk.
But it's not but you're not yelling. Well, you're yelling, but it's not like screaming.
Yeah.
You're loud, your voice is just a loud voiced person.
Yeah.
But not like, oh my god.
Weird.
Yep.
I don't notice these things.
Different dice. Do-do-do-do-do, different dice. I have different dice now.
You did tweet out, right, nephew?
Yeah, it's automatic with OBS that when I go live, it does.
Yeah, I'm always paranoid to do automatics like that because then I'm like, am I actually ready?
Yeah. But no, there it is. Anyways, okay,
I'm
I
gonna
have.
put it in the other discords for the Conan RP people. Be like, yo, nerds, hello.
8, 6. I know I am missing one. But only from that set, so that's fine. Okay. Oh yeah, we're actually live now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
been live.
We've been live.
Yeah,
We've
no,
been
I
live
know,
for
but,
5 minutes.
Hello. Yes, hello. I am so ready for a thing. Hello. But for realsies, welcome back, or for the first time for some of you, as it may be, welcome for the first time to our little show. Thanks for playing. The show where we do things sometimes. And sometimes we roll for them with dice that are shiny.
No.
And sometimes we make poor guys question gender.
Yeah, sometimes we give dwarves existential crises.
We're lucky, yeah.
If it goes well. I am your host, Pop-Tart Demon. These are my chaos children. Soon we'll have more of them.
At least one more.
We'll have one more chaos child in the group. But we'll talk about that when it happens. Last time on Thanks for Playing, our little group did a whole heck of a lot of roleplay, you may have noticed. They got to know our dear friend Ed, and they talked to Svetlana and learned more about the bandit problem. They bonded a bit with Oleg, and they found sticks. They found so many sticks, you guys. And also,
Someone accidentally beat up.
I was gonna say, Ami got punched.
Almost punched to death.
Almost punched to unconsciousness. We could have learned about how Pathfinder does death in this game. Because you would not have been punched to death. Because that's a thing. And I don't play by those rules. So, we do it different around here, so that way you're less likely to die.
Oh, yay. I like less likely to die.
Yeah. But it is more dramatic when you do, because my goodness, it takes a while. Unless they coup de grace you. But we'll find out. Because that's a different thing. So, since I zoned out and said, yes, I'm totally ready, and then was not, apparently. Let's get into tonight's episode of Thanks for Playing! Dramatic lighting.
Yeah, all I can think of is, do you want to be a millionaire?
That's kind of what I was vibing with there, a little bit. Was just, little lights come down.
You know what's weird? Instead of writing 20 at the end of the day, it's 21 now.
I know. I'm not writing dates. Time is irrelevant. Just because it's 2021 doesn't mean time has become suddenly a thing.
I really need to get one of my
feelings
pencils so
about
I could
this.
start writing in the other book.
Yeah, I refuse to acknowledge that's a thing yet. So anyway, I'm not going to do that because that's way... No, actually, it's not that dark. Oh well, whatever. Anyway, so, when we last left off, y'all had gone to bed, actually. It's sunrise. There's no chickens because it's winter and it's cold.
There's no chickens in winter, they're just...
No, there's no chickens here.
Yeah, no.
There's mostly just Ed.
They would have been taken long ago if there was chickens.
That's true. There might have been chickens. There's not chickens anymore. There's just an Ed.
We love Ed.
But actually, quite early, things considered, about dawn. So just as the light is starting to peek over, so some of you would be awake, because you're like that, you weird morning people, you.
Just to clarify, overnight I decided, in case the bandits decide to come early, to soak my armor overnight. So it'd be ready.
You know, it's so fortuitous you did that.
If I have to wear my armor, I'll have to suffer with that. But
yeah, it's so fortuitous you did that, because just now, as the sun is beginning to peek up, and some of you are awake because you're dawn risers and that sort of thing. For the sake of this, I will say anyone who is a dawn riser who, you have any sort of preparation you do at dawn, you did have time to, you'd be completing that as this is happening. So for combat purposes stuff, you've done your prep for the day. So those of you who have just finished their prep and the other people who are asleep, there is a swift knock at the door, and Svetlana pokes her head in, and you can see she looks a little harried, and she informs you that Ed's seen them on the horizon. They're coming this way. They'll be here in an hour. So you have an hour of time before your confrontation.
Gonna have to wake my ass up.
So yeah, some of you are gonna have to, become conscious first.
Socorro will wake up Kana.
5 more minutes.
No, honey. They're coming. Wake up.
Her eyes open wide, just like. Oh.
She's like, oh snap. Time to party.
Fuck yeah.
Make sure that the others are up. I'm gonna go run and get us something at least quick to eat, like bread or apples. Or
So, Sarah's still perched up in the room, right?
Probably commuting with their familiar, so they would have Owen just with them while they're just perched.
Kana's gonna kind of do this, just kind of go on her tiptoes and kind of poke her in the back.
Aaron will open their eyes and just, yes.
Bandits are coming. You got an hour.
She gets kind of a wicked grin of excitement. I feel like they've all been excited for this.
At least
I think we'll kind of let Owen hop down, stretch their wings out a little bit, and head out into the courtyard area.
Who goes to come wake me up?
Not Svetlana.
I think Sarah will look at Kana. So, which one of us should wake her and nod towards the stables?
Was that where she's been sleeping?
yes.
Didn't know.
Parchment, boulder, shears.
That is brilliant. I've never heard that.
That's not me originally. That's from Critical Role.
Yeah, I've heard that so many times.
That's really funny.
As a non-CR person, my first time.
I think Sarah would give you a strange look if you actually said that. Because they don't know what that means.
She goes to explain. Okay, so basically you hold your hand out, and it's a game. So you'll either go rock or boulder, scissors, shears, or parchment. And parchment beats boulder. Shears beat parchment, and then boulder beats shears.
Parchment.
Yep.
Yes, I'm choosing parchment.
No. Yeah, it's a countdown. It's a countdown. So you have to like boulder, parchment, shears.
Then, of course, as the DM, I have to ask: do you do boulder, parchment, shears, shoot, or do you do boulder, parchment, shears? Because there's only one correct.
Shoot.
You are incorrect.
That's not right.
That's what
That's not
I
right.
don't understand this game, so.
So you don't have a way. But I'm just letting you know, like,
You're right,
cosmically, you're incorrect.
You're right, because when we do Janken Pon, it's Janken Pon. Yeah, you're right. It is on the third.
Yeah, on the third one, you don't do shoot.
Americans tend to do shoot.
See,
But,
the thing is,
like-
I've never, I until I saw like CR, I never saw people do shoot. And then one of them did shoot, and I was like, what? And other cast members were like, what?
But every
Wrong.
time I played rock paper scissors as a kid, it was just like rock paper scissors shoot.
No, you go rock, paper, scissors. And then on the third, that's when you have the thing. That's your answer.
It was always rock paper
like-
scissors shoot for me.
Yeah, growing up, and then once I got into anime and learned about Janken Pon, then it was like, yeah, Janken Pon, you do it, like, yeah.
That's fine. I can't judge you like in the game because technically you're teaching Saren how to do this.
Sarah's not understanding,
but it's okay. I have NPCs to do that for me. So
Yeah.
at some
Yeah.
point,
The whole
you're
world of
judged.
NPCs to use.
Sarah will look at Kana and go, okay.
Okay, and just go, and then parch. I can't do it faster because I keep fucking up because I want to say rock paper scissors. Oh shit!
Everything okay?
Well, the box
It's
of
kinda
tissues I
drunk.
have. No, it's the box of tissues that I have the laptop sitting on. It fell.
Oh no.
Side note: if anyone wants to donate money to us to get spells even better setup, or mics or
I would
anything
love
like.
to actually have a desktop, but I don't.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to donate money to us incredibly broke gamers,
Also,
please message us.
Also, rarely Eric agrees with you, Pop Tart.
Never give them a
Well-
4 feet.
Okay. Eric, I didn't ask for your opinion, okay? I live in Indiana.
Popper doesn't like her opinion anymore.
Here.
Pop Tart's reevaluating her whole life.
Oh no!
Popper has disappeared.
Oh no! Everything's broken!
Sorry, I pressed the button. I'm sorry.
It's all fixed. It's all fixed.
Oh my god, Eric broke me. I'm sorry. Blame him. Blame him.
Don't we always blame you?
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah.
Blame him
Sarah
more.
is ready.
Boulder parchment shears.
See, you did it on the third. You did it on the third.
Yeah, because you all made a big deal about it. It's like, I better not say fucking shoot then.
You just did it immediately. There was no pause.
Yeah, she didn't pause. She just went, shoot.
Parchment.
Again, I don't know boulder parchment shears. I can't say it fast.
Most complicated game ever.
Does that mean that Karen lost?
Yeah, Saren lost.
You know, but I think Saren won, really.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay, and I think she'll skip over to where we have the trap in front of the door still, and so kind of, fly over it. It's a large door. I have a small creature, and kind of skip over to where. Would you still be asleep?
Yeah,
Yes.
Excuse me. Yeah, I would still be asleep, and because of like the weird memory echo I had a fitful sleep. So half the blankets are off, and you'll be able to see that I've tied myself, technically in such a way that might be misconstrued as as shibari, but also it's like so I'm not hurting myself, even though I'm hurting my wrist.
You're giving bad circulation to your wrist.
Yep.
Bad.
So I think I'm trying to think what Saren would do upon seeing that. I think curiosity would get the better of them. And so I think rather than like shouting and waking you up or anything, would probably walk over to Ami and bend down and almost like not touch it, but almost reach to touch the rope just to see like is this actually tied? But
And
then
it's silk rope. It's nice. It's because
yeah,
I pay for that.
think the better of it of actually touching it because I think maybe in the past they've had an incident where they've touched someone in their sleep, like very well-meaningly, like tapped their arm or something, and the person got very upset with them, and they were like, "Ah, yes, some creatures don't like this." So instead, I think we'll just kind of sit back, still crouch down, and go, "Ami, Ami."
Yeah, I think like by the second Ami, I don't like startle awake, but like it's just kind of weird. Like my eyes just open, and I'm just like staring up at the ceiling, almost as if I didn't like hear you react to like another voice. And then like I let out a deep breath, and then realize, oh, there's someone else here that's not RK. Like, and she'll turn to look at. It's what is something wrong? And trying to act like you don't see me bound up.
Bandits are coming.
Oh.
We have about an hour. Do you need help?
No. And as she's saying no and trying to like get up and like struggle, didn't realize how much she had moved. It's been a while, and it is cold. And so like you can see that she's struggling to try to like untangle herself from the blankets and the rope. Probably finally disturbing RK, who was probably in the middle of the blankets.
He was bundled all underneath it.
Yeah.
I think Saren won't offer to help again, but we'll just pull the blanket out, wrap it around themselves, and say, "Okay, I'm gonna go eat." Like walk away just to leave Ami to handle it because I think.
How did you do that? RK is like still in the blanket. It's like.
It's like
Oh
really
yeah,
tangled.
You walk away and we just see RK on your back.
Walk and go back out into the courtyard to let Ami join them of their own. Yeah.
And I think it's just a few like extra minutes. And again, you like if anybody's in the courtyard, we'll see her like. It's like almost a ritual. Always bundles up everything to put back in the cart. Even if we're like staying for like 3 days, 4 days, I don't leave it there. But yeah, and then I'll like last straggler will join everybody else.
I think once everybody, like, after she woke up her sister, she goes over to the larder to see what sort of bread or fruits that they might have.
Some various with Svetlana's help, you get some like apples. You get some easy things that y'all can eat pretty quickly.
Once I've gathered enough food for like everybody to have at least something, she'll come back out and pass it out to everyone. All right. So, Ami, Siren, if you both can man up top with the scarecrows. Actually, before we do that, we haven't really fought before. What are?
Well, I know the power of Kana's fists. And I just like give a really like almost a flirtatious smile towards Kana.
I'm very well aware of what my sister is capable of. I also know my own abilities, which is very upfront with a sword or a chakram. My sister obviously prefers her fist, but she also has her bat. We're both pretty in your
If I want to
face.
do more damage, I'll swing it.
I want you to hold on to the bat until things go south. I still want to give them a chance. But you two, what are you...
I can protect myself. I guess I'm not like your sister. I'm sort of more like you. Generally, I can talk or convince people out of things, but that's in a bar or in a tavern. Getting to their heads a little bit. And then, I always have arcade. You have a dragon with you, you're gonna be okay always. So I can take care of myself.
Will you be okay to fight if you were up on the wall?
Oh yes.
And you, Sven? Are you better on the wall, or would you prefer to be on the ground?
Probably, for the most part, on the wall.
Okay. I had assumed, since you both seem to be a bit useful with magic, that the wall would have been a better place. But I figured I should...
I have a crossbow.
Oh! Even better.
I don't know how to use it, but...
Well,
So we
normally
got-
you put the arrow and you set the pointy end towards the bad guys.
Of course, I just meant I've never had to use it.
I
Just in
understand.
case.
Hopefully you won't have to.
I get a feeling
But-
that I might.
I do have
Be
a few
very
throwing
unlike.
daggers if I need to be more physical about things.
Meanwhile, I think that the two of you should head up there as soon as you can. I got hand food here so that you can eat while you're up there.
Oh, that's
Kana and
Oh.
I are going to go outside of the gate and hopefully convince them with everything that we've set up that it's not quite a good idea to fight us. If that doesn't work, me and Kana will take as many out as we can down here, and I hope that you guys can add some support.
Of course. Would you like Arcade to sit on your shoulder? Have that menacing dragon? Might help.
Might
Prince
help for
Aaron's
my...
shoulder.
Yes, for sure.
It might be better if my sister has him to make her look more intimidating. I required a bit of stealth, so the less attention I draw to myself, the better. Which reminds me, if I disappear from the battlefield, don't panic. It's a thing I do.
Oh, okay.
And with that, she takes a big bite out of an apple and starts heading over towards the door.
Yeah, and I think I go and pluck poor Arcade who's still bundled up with Saren, give him a little bit of food, and then hand them over. Excuse me, to Kana.
And he probably gets into whatever fur collar or whatever you're wearing. He's just like,
Well, it's like the fur collar on her coat plus her hair.
yeah. So he's all up in your weave, just up in there. Just, and you're still all braided and stuff, which is why you don't have a whole lot of hair there. But fur collar,
Yeah.
You
just
two
sticking
look
out from the
badass.
fur. And so you just mostly see these two big eyes that
Right here on the shoulder.
Yep. Just eyes and frills. So
If you have to burn a man down, Arcade, go right ahead.
which is the arcade version of finger guns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now to remind y'all, just that way we're tracking. If you want to switch over to the map, Neffy, then even the audience can see.
Audience can see everything.
Because there's a couple things to point out there, make your lives easier.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's our map of Oleg's. Down here, which I will ping, we've got. Let's see if I can. Am I on the right lane? Yeah, I am. Okay. So over here, it's not. Yeah, there it goes. We have Neffy and her sister. We've got Ami. Sorry, Sakura, and Kata. Ami. Saren over on this side. Back here by the house, we have Oleg standing by with a bear trap near it. Inside, we have Egg. I was trying to say Oleg and Ed at the same time. We have Ed kind of guarding in the house. Svetlana is watching from the dining room, as she has agreed to stay within, because Oleg's at Bliss. This is where our furs and such are, which has another bear trap to hopefully get somebody. And then right here, in front of the slightly ajar door to the stables, we have a little trap. Now, I'm leaving these visible because y'all know they're there. If you want to hide them anyway, you can make a roll that would have happened during your prep to conceal them in some way. That's generally going to be a survival, just for reference. But you're not looking at very high since you're looking at having a lot of snow and hay and stuff around here anyway.
I will be happy to. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there we go. That was weird. For some reason, my OBS just froze. But it's back. It's working again.
So, but yeah, if you want to make a roll for concealing them a little bit, especially the little pit. I can't remember for sure if we did that last time, but I'm going to say we didn't, because I don't remember doing it.
I could have swore we did.
Yeah, one moment.
You probably. Actually, let me double check my notes real quick. You might have.
We'll just set them up. I don't think we have to hide them.
Yeah.
I
don't have anything.
To see how well the whatchamacallit, the strawmen were, and we only got one really
we did that for sure, but I don't think we actually technically concealed the pit or the bear traps, if that's something y'all want to do.
Okay, that's really weird. I'm moving on OBS. Everybody else is frozen.
See that on the stream. Yeah, on stream you're moving and nobody else is.
Yeah, I'll roll for survival, even though I don't have it, but I'll roll it. I feel like that would be something I would have attempted to try to do.
Do you need to shut down for a minute, Neffy, and come right back?
I'm gonna try disconnecting real quick from voice and then seeing if that will fix things.
Okay.
I like a 7.
Okay.
All I did was throw snow in the pit.
What? Pretty much.
That didn't work either.
No, that did not fix it. Fix it. Do you need to? We'll be right back after a message from our sponsors.
Having technical difficulties.
Yeah. One moment.
Give us just a moment, folks. Because I'm pulling the most attractive face on stream, by the way.
It's
a very Matthew Mercer face.
These Kit Kats are so
Oh!
Excuse me.
I didn't do anything, but it fixed itself.
Okay, that's all that matters.
Yep.
And it fixed itself when we came right back to me making that same face. So, It's my
like
face
it
now.
never moved.
It's like a never move. I've actually just been holding it this whole time. So anyway, back to the map. Yeah, so pretty much, Ami tries to like cover the pit while you guys are prepping, and it's like, yeah. Snow falls in. Aww.
What I think I tried to do, since I don't know snow very well, is I try to like pat the snow to make like like Fortnite. There's a square plane of snow, and that just like falls right in to cover it.
It's like as you attempt to push it, just goes, it crumples
Yeah.
into the hole.
Pretty much. So not so much. Well, so there's a hole
with water in it.
with water in it, with very cold water at the bottom. But that's okay. So, are y'all prepared to? Or is there anything else you want to do in this hour?
I got my bat in hand. I'm ready.
I'm gonna finish my food. Once I get to the core of the apple, though, I want to take the seeds and just kind of store them somewhere for the moment. Hopefully, they'll survive the winter and we can use them to plant once we get elsewhere.
I think Darren, before they go up to their side of watch, they will stop at the cart and grab out their crossbow and their bolts, just in case. Take them up with them to where they're going to stay, because they don't keep it on them. Because why would you?
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. And with that, you hear the clitter clatter of several horses, and up rides a group of individuals.
Can we see how many there are before they arrive? Like,
Yes,
well,
I'm just revealing them on the map because there's not any map past this. But you've got a little space.
okay.
I
There.
see some cute faces there.
That is the whole group of them.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So a little more than normal than we expected, but
Can I?
Last
even
time they
though
arrived with
probably-
about 6.
Yeah.
So it's about the same.
yeah, no.
Can I? Even though
Totally
probably
fine.
there's no like it's probably not too early in the game for this. But can I detect psychic significance to see if they have any psychic items on them?
There is a distance on that.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a range. I wish I could type today.
40 feet.
Yeah. And
So
you're...
they're so far away. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm 30 feet above high. Dang.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to till they're right there,
Okay.
basically. I'd say once they get to right where they're showing,
Mhm.
that you'd be able to, but before that, you're just too high up.
Okay. Yeah.
And for the sake of just kind of that way, it makes some sense, since there's not much map, you guys are just outside and they're meeting you, essentially.
Okay.
Is what y'all said kind of wanted to do. So assume they're about 20 feet away from Kana and Sakura.
Okay, I think I would start using mage hands to start just very subtle movements, because no one stands stock still, kind of thing.
Right.
Just so that it seems like, depending, they might have good eyesight. Who knows?
So at about easily at 60 feet, you can see them easily. You get a pretty good feel for them before that, but by 60, you can start actually legit seeing features and stuff like that. So.
I'm starting to get really nervous, both in character and out of character.
I think
I'm gonna say this real
We
quick
can do it, Saki.
before we start. If all of y'all, this is on the map, they're on your Roll20 screens. If you look in the top left, where you see the mouse button, and then you see a paintbrush and a magnifying glass, and then there's it looks like it's a circle with a comb.
Mm-hmm.
The fourth one down, that is your ruler.
Yeah.
If you hover on it, it says snap to center. The map is set to have distances correct, diagonal and, regular. If you have any questions how far away you are from something or anything like that. Now, it doesn't take height into account, obviously, for Saren and Ami. But that does measure diagonals and everything properly. So that way you don't have to question, am I in range to do this sort of thing? Like I said, for you two, you just have to account for the fact that you're higher up, so add how high up you are. You're about 20, 30 feet.
No problem.
So add the additional to that. But that's your ruler tool. And that will tell you how far away everything is. And it is set for Pathfinder distances and how to do it and everything, so it's accurate. That also gives you a basic idea of your line of sight. So if it's, dark and you can only see a wedge or something, or if you're like, oh, can I see, around this pillar enough? We can use that as our tool so I can tell you what you can actually see around it. Mm-hmm. So there you go. Because I remember that was a question before, was like, how does distance work in Pathfinder? And I told you there was a way. That's the way. Because diagonals, usually it's the first diagonal is 5 feet, and then the second is 10 feet, and then the third is 5 feet again, and then the fourth is 10 feet. So it's a little wonky. It's consistent, but it's still weird. So that's how I do it.
Weird.
Yeah, so it's nope, this is how it do good.
Also, just FYI for reference, when we all were doing the diagonal dance there, my stream started skipping some frames. So just
I noticed we had a little lag there.
Yeah, not too bad, but just
no sudden movements. We got it.
Not everybody doing sudden movements at once.
Yeah, usually it's going to be one person at a time anyway. So just, measure on your turn.
Well,
I would say...
I've had friends who are in other games who there's a way that you can automatically move.
Mm-hmm.
And they will literally sit there and go around in circles for 300
don't do
feet.
That.
So
don't do that. That's annoying. Especially this early in the game.
I can't even control my token, so...
yeah, that would help if I said that. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
But yeah, don't do that. That's annoying.
Oh yeah, for some reason I'm not able to move my token
now. It's because I reset them. Because I had to do some stuff. And as a result, I forgot to set them to do the things. So fixing that real quick.
Oh wait, you know what? It might be because.
Yeah, you can control yours, Neffy. And Rosie can control hers.
When you have the ruler,
it was because she was still on the ruler tool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're on the ruler, you can't move your character.
Yeah. It's one or the other. There you go. Okay. So, and in case anybody didn't see it, I did re-clarify in chat the aid action that we were doing last time. You do have to roll the same skill, but it's still just a 10. So when Spellsy, when you were helping Neffy do that knowledge nature, it is also a knowledge nature check for you, but your DC is just a 10, whereas her DC is whatever she's actually looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So just to clarify, which means some things you can't aid because you can't do that skill.
Yeah.
But we'll encounter that in time. But here at the beginning stuff, in combat stuff, I'm going to be pretty slow going. This is mostly for the audience to know. Since we have some new players and we have people that are new to combat, we're going to take it pretty slow and pretty patient so everyone has time to think through their actions. As we get more used to combat, I will start kind of implementing that sort of feel of you only have so long to do your turn, let's get a move on. So, when you're on deck, try to think of what kind of actions you're looking at, have an idea of what you'd like to do. So that way when we get to it, if we need to do any rules or anything, that's fine, but have an idea of what it is you would like to accomplish. So, like I said, we'll take combat pretty slow. So, all right. So, about 20 feet out, which I have a little counter here, so that way I know how far out they are.
Question.
Yeah.
Was Ami gonna start the mage hands?
Yeah.
Yeah, she said she started that.
Okay, because at the same time, we got off track before I could join in.
Figured.
Because at the same time, I would have started doing Unseen Servant. So I would basically tell this Unseen Servant to just walk back and forth so that it would brush up against my side so that they would be like slightly moving. Yeah, I think that would be enough because it just has to do one action over and over again. So if it just walked back and forth, that would be like moving.
Be the action. Yeah, that's fine. I'll let that fly. So you've got your scarecrows moving just slightly, so it looks like they're a little bit that they're not stock still.
Yeah.
Luckily, because the sun is still so low on the horizon, you've also got the bonus of that going on. They are riding. They are coming from the south. You guys are facing that way, and the sun, of course, is coming up in the east. But because they're coming from actually technically kind of southwest, you're getting a little bit of that bonus as well. I'm keeping in mind that because the sun is over here, they're kind of opposite of it. So they're getting a little bit of like, and it's snowy. So it's like, yeah, they're silhouettes. Okay. So I'm keeping track that you're getting a small bonus for that because they're dumb, that's why. And I said so. Sorry, I should have waited till you were done drinking, Kay. You guys returned the favor, it's fine.
Let's just make Kay spill out her drink. It's fine.
So, this group of ragtag, rugged, and eclectic individuals ride up on horses, which I'm going to leave off screen because it makes my life easier, that's why. Because they would dismount as they're approaching. About 30 feet back, they dismount, and they have their horses, but they're just kind of walking forward themselves and kind of observing what's going on.
Once they get about 20 feet or so,
Okay.
that's when Socorro will speak up. Hail and good morning to you, sirs.
But also Connor's just gonna lean on her back, just kind of smirking.
Well, good morning to you too, says the main guy who is the front and center.
Can you ping which one that is? Just so I know who. Okay.
Literally front and center guy. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm so used to people saying that in an unironic way. Like.
Yeah. But yes, it's the guy that is literally in the first row, right in the middle, is the guy speaking. I'll give him a little dot just to make your life easier. Because
Please
that's a thing that I can do.
Because I will forget later on.
So I'm just going to give him a little green dot. Just that way you know, because green is the color of this game. That means that's that guy. That's the one. Real quick, Ami, because you have a little insight here. He is the one that you saw take Svetlana's ring. That is him.
Okay.
Just so you're tracking.
Yeah.
The rest of you do not strictly have this knowledge, but you saw him. So
yeah, I have like a very similar look to like what Kana had when we had explained like, oh, he had threatened like the kind of look.
Yeah. But between the face and the voice, like it pings for you. They're like, that's the one. That's the guy. So him you recognize. But yes, he replies, hail and well met. This seems a bit busier than the post normally is.
That it is. We've heard of bandit attacks on this good fort. Can I ask what business you have today?
Why, we're simple traders here to take a meal before we head out to the forest. Which...
If you're traders, well, what is your trade?
Oh, you can tell right there. Like, it takes him by surprise there's any... you can roll a sense motive check, since... Since he failed real bad.
I'm gonna.
So I still need to know what yours is.
I'm staring at him.
Yeah, I still need to know what y'all's is.
Yeah.
What?
So I got an 11.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sakura...
5, damn.
Yeah.
19 for me.
That's a 26, by the way.
Yeah, he rolled a nat 1. He seems so taken aback that there's any resistance here that he scrabbles for the first excuse he can think of. It's complete bullshit. Like, even without knowing the timing and everything else, the circumstances, having Ami's insight, everything, without any of that, even if he was a legitimate traitor, you still wouldn't believe him. Because he's that bad. And the other guys kind of look at him like, Like, yeah. Totally. They're not much better.
Ami. So Cora is going to kind of stand there, hip cocked, hand on her. It's actually on her hip, but very
Sass
close to where her sword is. Forgive me if I am overly cautious. There aren't many traders in these parts. Not this far south, at least. It's more often that...
You just haven't met them all yet.
Perhaps. Or perhaps we've already been informed of who you are.
Oh, could you be those dirty, nasty bandits we've been told about?
She's going to pull out her rapier and kind of like stick it in the ground right in front of her, kind of like lay her hands on top of it. I would like to give you a chance. I don't know what sort of life has brought you to do such deeds. But if you renounce your banditry, I can assure that there is work for you, food and lodgings. There can be peace and no bloodshed. Oh.
And he kind of like elbows the guy next to him. It's like, like it's kind of the half-hearted laugh where he's not really laughing, but like, yeah, funny, boss, super funny, kind of thing. That laugh of like, I know if I don't laugh, I'm so fired.
Can I just like give this most intimidating like grin towards the?
You can actually, because this is something we need to practice. You can actually attempt to intimidate him. Let's find out how that works.
Hell yeah!
As I listen to my cat in the background.
Isn't it sad you did that and all I can think is Doctor Who?
So, alright, so what you're trying to do here. You are trying to, I assume you're trying to you're trying to scare the shit out of this guy. You're demoralizing him. So what you need to do is, it is a standard action. You just need to roll a d20 plus your intimidate. And then I do all the rest.
Hell yeah!
Would I also be able to roll diplomacy as I'm speaking, or?
Yeah, in diplomacy you just roll to convince. Intimidate has a certain thing, because depending on what she does is what's going to happen.
Okay.
So let's resolve the intimidate first.
Oh.
So that's a 20?
20 total?
That's
okay.
good, because my diplomacy did not go very well.
Okay, good
Very
to know.
intimidating bitch.
Alright, let's find out if you successfully intimidated him. My apologies, I just realized I had accidentally closed his tab. Come here, buddy. Let's find out if you're intimidated. I think I know the answer. I think I know. There he is. Alright, so for reference, the DC for your opponent is 10 plus their hit dice plus their wisdom modifier. So I'm going to tell you the math in this case just so that way we can get used to it. So this guy, so 10 plus his hit dice, which he has 1, so it's 11, plus his wisdom modifier. He has a 12, so it is a... God damn it.
It's a plus
2, 1. There we go. I can math real good. It's those low scores I forget. Like once we get to like 16, I'm like, yeah, I know how much that is. 11 or 12, I'm like,
It's just like,
yes, 12 is a 2 or 1. There we go. Yes, chart 1. So grand total, he has a 12 for the DC. You rolled a 20.
yeah.
So like, so Sakura is attempting this diplomacy. We're going to kind of resolve it RP-wise in slightly opposite order.
Okay.
Since she was talking to him and then you're intimidating on top of it.
Yep.
Because I'm assuming basically the diplomacy is the part where he's laughing.
Yep.
So you attempt to diplomance him, as we like to call it. And now the bright side is he is a bandit. So you get a +1.
It's a 10.
Then
The bad news is he's got a whole bunch of modifiers to not give a fuck. Because lots of reasons that are behind the screen. But suffice to say, that does not do a whole lot. Like makes him kind of like side-eye you, like, oh my god, is she being serious? But he kind of laughs it off. And that's why he's elbowing and laughing, and the other guy's like, I don't want to be fired, because fired in banditry is death. But then he looks over at Kana, like, he sees her flex slightly out of the corner of his eye, and he looks over at her, and you see, like, the pretense of, like, ha ha.
yeah, and she's smiling like a grin, and the fangs and shit. They can see that shit.
And you see him swallow. Now how that works is because you succeeded. He is shaken for 1 round. The duration increases by 1 round for every 5, which you beat the DC. Now he had a 12, you had a 20, so you beat it by 8. So you can only threaten him if he's within 30 feet. He can clearly see and hear you. All of these. And if you were to demoralize him again, it would only extend the duration.
She would only say, now would you listen to the beautiful lady standing next to me, or else it's
Been hearing her out, I suppose. Like, you can see he's still shaking, but he's like trying to be manly about it. But like, not only was he not expecting any sort of like fight whatsoever, but then on top of that, you big.
and very intimidating.
Intimidating. So like, the laughter definitely dies down. Like, the other guys are like, oh shit, he just like backed the fuck down. What the? Like, you can see it's like, they're definitely following his lead.
Between his legs.
Yeah, they're following his lead. So he's like, suppose doesn't do any harm to hear the lady out. Looks like up at the ramparts where he's seeing like all these figures. He does, as far as you can tell, he does not seem to have caught on.
As I stated, if you can renounce your banditry, there's work in it's south, right? Where we're going into the stolen lands.
Yeah, you're headed further south. Yeah.
There's work to be done in the south. There will be payment, there will be food, and in time, as part of the work, there will be lodgings. We hope to grow a community there, where we will help benefit each other. This offer is available, and she looks to all of the other men except for the one in the center. Because would it be reasonable to see that they're just following his lead, and like if she can convince them to join her?
I would say that's a sense motive. You get the impression without the role that they're following his lead. Like, they're definitely taking his cues from him. Whether you think you could actually get through to anyone else would require a sense motive.
Okay, I can
that's a little more specific.
Yeah. 13.
13? Actually not bad. And again, because it's bandit stuff, you get that +1 for 13. You can't necessarily tell which ones, but there is kind of this overall feel of like they're afraid of him. They'll follow his lead, but that only extends so far. You definitely get the impression they wouldn't necessarily be willing to die for this guy.
Right.
But they aren't going to piss him off either, because they know what he's capable of. They don't know what you're capable of yet.
Right.
So for now, you get the impression that they might hear you out if you could show it, but they would follow him for now.
This offer is available to anyone. anyone who's willing. If there is fear of retribution, know that we will offer you whatever safety that we can. We would not ask you to lay down your life for us, but we will do what we can to protect you. It is good and honest work, and you can live free and happy lives.
Right, indeed. And just who do you answer to?
My God.
Seems to roll his eyes. Clearly not impressed. The other guys don't seem to react one way or the other. Like, they're not, like, dismissing, but they're not like, yeah, it's not gonna show up, obviously. But he seems he's like, right, yeah, God, right.
Kana's gonna take, like, a small step forward towards the one in the center.
He does not move this time.
Mm-hmm.
However, I do have the authority to strike you down and execute you under the mandate that has been blessed upon us.
No, you wouldn't want that now, would you?
How nice. A mandate from the softies up north. They haven't worked a day in their lives. They don't know the struggle of the stolen lands. He spits on the ground.
Kana's gonna say, continue being rude like that again and make sure you get some special treatment from my little friend here. She pats the bat.
Kana.
I could take it easier than you could take me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sure you could.
And she and Sakura will kind of lean back a bit, more gripping the sword with one hand. But she starts counting the men.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So
5.
I have a spell that technically would be 30 feet because it's a close range. Would I be close enough to...
They are still talking about 20 feet away.
Oh, okay.
So they have not approached closer yet.
Okay.
But you can tell tensions are rising a little bit. There is some shifting now. Right. Whereas before they were all kind of staying still. Like there's a bit of shifting going on now.
So if anything, I would have to do something that had a range of at least 50 from...
Right.
Okay.
So there are 7 of you. Do you really think you can take all of us on?
Mage hands makes the arch.
I would love to see you try. She kind of takes another step forward. Kind of becoming even taller than him, bigger. Intimidating him more. Do I need to do another intimidation roll?
You can. It has been over 1 round, so he has kind of gotten over his initial piss baby.
21.
Yeah, you intimidate him again. Bear in mind, 1 round is 6 seconds. So you basically intimidate him for a few seconds, and then he kind of recomposes. Like, he's still...
shaking in his boots, but...
Yeah, but he
has better control.
Yeah, it's kind of... You get that initial, like, kind of, like, thing, where you can tell, but he's recovering, but the flash of weakness is really all you need. In this case, because in combat it works slightly differently how that ends up working, but out of combat because we're doing RP. Basically, you're just getting him to show flashes of weakness, and the others are noticing. They're not changing yet, but like you see, like the first time you did it, like there was 1 or 2 of them that kind of glanced at him, and now like one of the guys in the back kind of like gently elbows the guy next to him and like jerks his chin towards the guy, like.
She's gonna look like over the men behind the leader It's just like, now you boys would want to be following, basically a puppy with its tail between his legs, now would you?
Oh, they don't follow me, princess. They follow the
Oh,
Stag
that's a
Lord.
lovely compliment calling me a princess.
Yeah, soft and weak. Pretty unaddressed and out here on the field.
I would be
Don't you have
careful
some
with what
babies?
you
Put on the
say.
dress. Well, you would probably look darling in a dress.
Don't you have some babies to feed back home? Or did the man not be able to bed you quick enough?
No.
Not surprising.
So, Sakura's going to clear her throat and kind of
Guys.
pull her sister back a bit. I believe we were having a conversation before you two children decide to fight over the playground. And she looks to the other men. Are any of you willing to take up our offer? This is the last time I'll ask.
Here.
You won't have to follow this puppy anymore.
Cocked. Okay. Okay. Just. Okay. Decide. Okay. These were my reference. You will find out what they mean momentarily. So if you see extra dots appearing, they're for my reference, not yours.
Okay.
Okay. None of them say anything in response. They don't seem to budge. They don't seem to move. Like, you get no responses, and the leader guy seems to be waiting for a moment to find out what happens, and then just laughs. Is like, see, that's how you earn real loyalty. You promise things that you can actually deliver.
Sakura is going to take a few steps back. Kana, have fun. And
With pleasure.
while we're fighting, Sakura is gonna keep an eye on people
Okay.
to see, like, who's doing what. But she's also going to say to Kana, take out the mutt first. We'll see how they react after.
When she says that, Kana's gonna basically bring an upswing onto the bandit dude, trying
Okay,
to get in the chin.
All right, hold up, because that means we need to roll for initiative.
Initiative!
Here's your first initiative.
Oh my god!
If you would like to select your character token first before you hit initiative, it will automatically add it into the roller.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I need to figure out where initiative is on this. Oh, there
Yeah.
it is.
Where is initiative? Oh, there it is.
It should be towards, well, on regular sheets, it's kind of towards top, mid.
Yeah, it's like under the little hit point
God,
thing.
I have a +2 bonus as a feat, and I still got the worst initiative.
All right, let me roll their initiatives. Which is going to be
rolled a
pretty
one.
easy.
Wow.
Where are you, boyo?
I got distracted.
I mean, there are some really pretty dudes there, to be fair.
Yeah,
They're
there
pretty
are
good.
some pretty ones.
I will
Okay.
admit there are some cute ones.
Yeah.
I'm really
Hopefully
hoping.
we have to beat them up.
Well, let's try beating up the boss first and see if
True,
they're more
very
receptive
true.
to the offer after. Obviously, if people are, still fighting, then
This is why I roll it one by
we
one.
have to defend ourselves, but
Did it bork for you, Pop-Tart? Trying to do it
No,
all at the same time.
No, I was going to roll it so that way all the other guys went in the same round, just make it easy. But I'm not going to do that because I don't think that'd be very well. I'll leave it up to y'all. you want me to roll individual initiatives for all 6 other guys, or do you just want me to have the one?
Just probably the one.
Yeah,
I
they're.
assume.
Oh, 1 second.
Okie dokie. So I'm not all of them.
Yeah, because if they're roughly the same kind of like build-ish,
They
then
are.
That would make, yeah, so yeah, it would make sense. That'd be fine.
Okie dokie.
Because they're all bunched up together, so they technically.
Mm-hmm. And she's really
Well,
Kanna's only
the-
going for the leader dude. So.
The only thing that I worry about is that if somebody does get hurt too much, they're all attacking us at the same time.
Yeah, let me do this, because this is... Now, just so you guys know, when you look at the initiative here, if it has an asterisk next to it, which sometimes you guys will get it instead, that means you rolled a nat 20. So you get a surprise round. Or a surprise action. This is why I asked if you guys wanted me to do one or not, because I rolled a nat 20 for them. So they all get to go before you, regardless. So that's a thing. However, some of that matters. Not that one. And some of it does not. There we go. Alright, so, top of the round. This guy actually steps away. He brings out a... What's he got? He has a short sword on him, which he does pull out, but he steps back and away from the fight. And seems to be holding. He does not seem to be joining the fray just yet.
It's always
This
the
guy
right.
does the same action. He's going to be closer, but basically they're getting away from the fight. They're not getting necessarily closer to y'all, per se. He does the same. This guy, however, is going to pull out his short sword, as the others do. That will be his is basically his surprise action. And he is going to attempt to swing at the closest person, which is going to be Saki. So, prepare yourself for your first attack! Which, I mean, his first attack. Let's see if he sucks. Alright. And luckily, let's find out.
So if he's close enough to attack Saki, that means they're basically below us now, right?
They are, because let's see, you guys started negotiating at 20 feet. They were 20 feet away from you. Saki said she stepped back, and she had brought Kanna with her slightly. So I'd say 10-ish feet back by the time that they actually are engaging. So they would be 10 feet away from the gate at this point.
Okay.
Top of the gate. We're like at that lower. Right?
Yeah, it's just there's no more map.
Yeah. I'm just saying, height-wise, like
We're about 25, 30 feet above. So
Right.
They're about 40 feet away from us at max. Still.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. I'm like, okay, they're closer. I don't
Yeah,
have any
and they are getting
anything to
closer.
hit them with yet, but
Right.
they're getting closer to me.
Yeah. So he will take his swing. That is. There it is. So. He takes a swing at you, Sakura. Like, nice big, like, and swings at you and whiffs. You just kind of dodge to the side, it goes right past you. Just right past you. He looks a little surprised.
He do the suck.
This boy right here, is going to do his 5-foot step. He is now equal, so they are the closest group there. Which, now that they're there, what I'm going to do, just to make this kind of make sense, because these guys are now behind them. This guy is technically off the map by 5 feet, but just work with me, okay? I forgot to fix this part. He is going to attempt to swing on you, Kanna, because that's going to go super well.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so he is the attacker. So he's a bit smaller and lighter of frame, but as a result, he's actually swifter, and he doesn't do a full swing. He actually kind of stabs forward with it. He actually does catch you. It's not a heavy blow, but he does manage to catch you kind of in the side because your eye is mostly on the big dude. Because the two biggest dudes are there in the middle, is the leader guy and the guy next to him. They're the big dudes. So this little, like, nobody fuck off, just like, whoop, and comes around with his little short sword. And manages to stick you for 4 points of damage. So he actually gets kind of a good, like, it's kind of a grazing stab that, like, stabs in and then slides a little bit. It's like, fuck. And he looks just as surprised as you do. He looks just as surprised as you feel. He's like, oh shit, I actually did it.
Yeah, that's when Connor's just kind of like, oh, I see how this is gonna go.
He's the youngest looking in the group. He's not like a child by any means. These are all full adult men, but he's definitely one of the younger guys. The slight lack of facial hair is not because of you know, baby. At least I'm looking at the right guy. It's hard to see them, and then they're so small. Let me double check that. Wait. Yeah, that's baby boy. I know which one that is. So, back to this.
Just so people can see a bit better what these people's faces look like.
Yeah, go ahead and like zoom in and stuff and show them off. I have names for all of them. All right, yes boy. Yes boy, right here. There you go. So yeah, the little baby face boy right here is the one who got you.
Okay.
And he looks thoroughly surprised. This guy, as part of his move, is going to move in and also draw his sword. Same deal. You can see they're not very creative in their attacks. And he misses. You're so pissed off by this little runt and going, the fuck you think? And this guy like comes around and you're like, no, I'm not done with you.
Just like, I'm not done here.
And he's like, sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Didn't mean to interrupt. Kind of vibe. Big man takes one look at the guy beside him, and like the guy beside him is big just in the sense of like, you know, broadly built and stuff, but he's an archer. This guy is big. This guy is like 6+ feet tall and big, like built like a wrestler. And he takes one look at him and goes, and steps away. And uses.
Wait, so the big leader dude just stepped away?
No, the bigger dude stepped away from the leader guy. The guy who's like they were together. This seemed like this was his bodyguard. Basically threw up his hands and said "fuck you," and stepped out of the fight. So you get the impression those three with the red dots, you got through. They are not going to help you fight, but they are not going to fight on the other guy's side either. They are stepping back and out. And they seem to have their sword. He doesn't even draw a weapon. The other two drew weapons, but basically they're just holding them kind of in a defensive, like, if anybody comes at me, I'll do it. But like, they're not doing anything else. So the 3 red dots, you got through.
Okay.
And they are not joining the fray. Now it is the leader's turn. The leader's fucking pissed that you've managed to turn 3 of his guys. He is actually going to take further steps back. So he is now, and I will mark him with something. He is now actually 30 feet away from the wall, for reference. I have it marked so I can see it, that he's 30 feet back. As he draws out his longbow. He has a different weapon than all those other guys. And he's going to take aim at the person that's been, you know, calling him a child and pretty in a dress. Sorry, Kana.
Oh, it's fine. I meant to take the hits anyway. It's fine.
Alright, so. That is going to be.
Does the puppy man suck?
He does not. He loads an arrow into his composite longbow. And aims right for you. And does 6 points of damage as the arrow, like right kind of in your collarbone shoulder area. It misses the bone itself, so it doesn't hit anything too important, but it hurts like a bitch.
What HP do you have? Wow. That's like 3 times the amount of HP I have.
I don't know. If I was from where you are right now, I'd be fucking dead.
Yeah.
But he seems pleased with himself that he did that and will, be pulling out another arrow. But that will be the entirety of surprise and, just his turn. He cannot draw an arrow at this time. Sakura, it is now your turn. So all the bandits that are in front row are basically 10 feet from wall. He has moved back to a total of 30 feet.
Okay, now here comes important questions that I
Yes.
try to figure out, but maybe I am wrong.
That's fine.
How does it work if I use a throwing weapon and sneak attack? Is it automatic, or do I still have to?
At the moment, you cannot sneak attack any of these individuals, as far as I am tracking, because they can see you.
Yeah, you're on.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because with the notes on sneak attack, it doesn't give you anything specifically for throwing weapons. It just says that throwing or ranged attacks within 30 feet have sneak attack.
Okay, let me double check. I'm not admittedly super familiar with thrown weapons, as they are not often used. There we go. And this is why we're doing this. Do they have the finesse property? Do you have weapon finesse on these daggers, basically?
They're not daggers. They're chakrams, which is which is an automatically arranged item.
Okay. Okay, so sorry, folks. It's been a while since we've done this, so this is why this first one's gonna go a little slow.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. The sneak attack. Shit. Oh goodness. You're not a scout. You do not have that. Okay, yeah, in this case, because, and this is from other sources, as far as I can tell, and this is the call I will make for now, regardless of the fact that this is a thrown weapon stuff, they can see you doing this action. You have no sort of stealth or anything like that, so sneak attack cannot currently count, because they are literally able to witness you doing this. I will double check for future attacks and stuff, but as far as I can tell, that seems to be the case here. Is the usual still applies that that you still need to have your cover and such in order to do the sneak, or at least flanking, in order to get that bonus.
One moment.
I'm still double checking a little bit, but I think that's the call I'm making.
Okay.
Because it has to be, he has to be denied his. Basically, in this case, they still need to be denied their dexterity bonus in order for you to get sneak attack. They're not being denied their dex bonus. If they had not acted in the round yet, they would be. But because they've already acted before you, they are no longer flat-footed. They have the dex bonus, therefore no sneak attack. Because that's really what sneak attack does: is it denies their bonus, it makes their AC lower and shit. Like.
No, I understand. I am then going to just attack the person that is in front of me.
Okay. Eight. Ooh, pointy end, 19. Yeah, you hit this dude for 6 piercing damage.
Yep.
Okay. Ow.
Pointy
For a quick trick for you guys, by the way, if you click on your token, you will see that there are 3 bubbles: a red bubble, a green bubble, and a blue bubble. You may pick any of those to be your bubble for health. if you put your health in there, anytime you get hit, you can just minus however many points, and it will do the math for you. Because that's how I keep track of all the various NPCs' health when this is going on. Because otherwise, I wouldn't remember. So that's how they do. But yes, it works for you guys too. That especially as we get higher level and you guys have a lot more HP to worry about. That would be a thing of concern. So that's how you do it. Is you can just pick one of those bubbles to be your, your health bubble, or if you have any sort of things that require rounds, so like a bard could have bardic performance rounds, that's where I would put like my bardic performance rounds. So that way I can minus it each round.
Okay.
So,
And I can still move after, right?
yes, you still have your movement.
How close am I to? Well, I don't.
You were 10 feet from. Well, technically you're 5 feet because they were 10 feet from the gate. So you're a 5 foot step from the gate.
I'm gonna 5 foot step over here so that I'm next to my sister, so nobody can get flanking on her.
Then feel free to move. There we go. Okie dokie. Kana, it's your turn. Who would you like to beat? There's Piss Boy, there's Anger Issue Man, and there's Pretty Boy who also missed.
I accidentally clicked when I was trying to hit the gear button, so ignore, please.
Okay, it's fine.
It's okay, I do it too.
Yeah, it's fine. So you can do, oh shit, I hit you. Oh shit, I didn't hit you. Or
She's gonna go after, oh shit, I didn't hit, or like, haha, no, it's haha, like, got him with the bow. She's going after him.
You're gonna go after the leader guy.
Yep, going after.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna.
So you could do a free 5 foot step.
Yeah, I can't move the thing there. It won't let me.
I wonder why not.
There's a barrier. It seems it wouldn't let me. Oh, sorry.
There you go.
There it goes. Okay.
You're now there. It's fine. I probably have something there that I can't see right now. So
yeah, there was like a barrier or something that was keeping me from moving.
Yeah, so you're there now. It's fine.
Yeah, let's go with it. Subo. I'm just gonna use the attack thing on here.
Oh boy, I like that smile. Ooh, 19. Yeah, you definitely hit, and he takes 4 damage. Give me a quick perception.
Okay.
As well.
Perception.
Yeah, we can also do HP bars. I'm aware. I prefer not to, but I'll show them later, and if they want to do that, we can do that too.
Oh,
so that'd be a 17.
17 on perception? 1 second, Diana. Whereas the other guy, the one that Sakura hit, like, he took the hit, and even though you know it was a heavier hit, because you could see she hit well, he seemed to be less impacted by it than this guy did by yours. Does that make sense? This guy seems a little squishier, is what I'm trying to get at here.
So, Leader Man is squishier than the one she hit.
That's the impression you're getting. Like, the other guy, like, he took it, and it was a hard hit, but he, like, kind of grit his teeth and came through it. He's kind of like, fuck! And, like, making a production of it. And you're like, I didn't even hit you that hard. Like, I hit you good, but, like...
She is just going to grin.
There you go.
It's a big fucking grin. Oh.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
Alrighty. Saren, what would you like to do? You can do some sort, if you have something within range, you can do that. Alternatively, you can also hold for a condition to be met.
I'm in a similar position as Ami in that because we're so high up, a lot of my skills are like just barely out of range.
Gotcha.
And pretty much all of them until I'm a higher level.
Actually, you know what? I need to do a small retcon. This is my bad. There's supposed to be 3 levels. The catapults are at 30 feet. Y'all are only 20 feet up.
Oh.
Okay. So
Not
we're
30 feet. My apologies. So, Ami, when we get to your turn here in a minute, keep that in mind. But yes, I was incorrect. You guys are only 20 feet up. So you're that much closer.
We're 20 feet up. Most of my stuff is still 25 feet, so I feel like the only thing I could do would be to move in. I mean, I can.
It's not 25 plus 5 per caster level, because that's what I have for most of mine. It's 25 plus 5 per caster level. So technically 30.
I think mine's plus 5 per 2.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
It'll be plus 5 to start, so you'd still have 30 at level 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I should be okay. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
basically every odd level you would have it increase.
Yeah.
So right now you'd still have 30.
Yeah, okay. Then I think what I would do is the thing is we're on the inside, right? We're on the inside of the wall.
Mhm.
So we
Yeah.
can't see them.
There's like arrow holes and stuff you can see
Okay,
through.
cool. Then in that case,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
suffice to
fly
say,
up a little
you
bit
can.
because the arrow hole is a little higher than me. And I think I'm gonna use one of my hexes.
Okay.
So I'm going to try to make the I guess the one that hit Kana.
So babyface.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to make them doubt themselves with evil eye. So basically,
Ooh.
that
Mhm.
will cause them to have a penalty on
Mhm.
my choice of things, and I think.
They do get a will save. They do not make their will save.
Okay. And I think.
You're good.
I think I'll have them doubt their attack rolls.
Okay.
And then it lasts for a number of rounds equal to 3 plus my intelligence modifier. So.
Okay.
Whatever.
And remind me, that's a -1 or a -2 to their attack.
It's -2.
Okay, that's what I
So
thought.
it'll be for 5 rounds.
Okay.
Nice.
5 rounds. All right. So for the next 5 rounds, he's so shocked by the fact that he hit big, intimidating lady that he's like, that was a fucking fluke. There is no
Do it
way.
again.
That was lucky. I only got her because she was distracted. Try. He doesn't say all that out loud, but that's what's going to be going on in his head. Is like, I got lucky. There's no way I could do that again.
Yeah. And I think
And will
that it's I don't think that's a verbal anything, so I don't
Nope.
think that would have necessarily alerted them to my presence. which is
No,
why I
they're
took
still not
that
aware
over
of
the spell.
Yeah, they're still not aware of you and Ami, because they have not actually seen you. And yes, evil eye is a visual thing. You have to be able to see them. So
I don't think I'm gonna try to, because that would be my standard, right? And then
Mhm.
I don't want to move, so I think I'm good.
that will be the end of your turn then.
Yeah.
Ami.
Okay, so big bad evil leader who is squishy. He's still too far, right?
He's 30 feet away from the gate.
Okay,
So, 20 and 30. So he is pretty well out of range.
How much can I move?
You can move up to 30 feet.
Yeah, I think the whole reason I've been distracted this whole time was I was and that's why I'm last, is I've been replaying the scene with Svetlana.
Mhm.
Like it's going over and over, and so I'm just like fixated on him. So I want to move that 30 feet. And is there a way? I don't want to move farther. To do it without getting the opportunity attack from the guy from, I forget how to do this. That dude.
From which dude? Oh, from that dude?
Yeah, because I want to get to him.
Um,
Because I know it's wonky because you don't have the map space to like however.
yeah, but he's 10 feet, so he's about accurate. It's pretty much this last row that's inaccurate, which is why I had everyone move up.
Yeah.
Um, because of where he's you could make a an acrobatics check to see if you can avoid the attack of opportunity.
Okay. Roll good. Oh, it wasn't a failure. 13.
And then let me double check the DC here. Okay. There it is. Move through. Okay. All right, so you'd move at half speed to do that. I know you rolled.
If I can get close
I'm gonna read the whole thing
enough.
just that way we're like aware.
Mm-hmm.
That you will move at half speed to do so, or you can increase the DC by 10 to move at regular.
Okay.
And it's against his CMD, which, as you can imagine, they're pretty simple boys. Their CMD is like not crazy. So, would you like to move at half speed, or would you like to attempt to gotta go fast, but increase it by 10? And I will let you re-roll if you would like.
Well, half speed, it will still get me within 25 feet of range.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, that's good enough for me. I don't have to be up close. I just wanted to make sure. Because what I want to do, and I'm hoping the dice are nice to me. Let me just double check this. So I want to do Mind Thrust. So I'll just click on that. Oh, I did 1 damage. So they get to do a will throw, I think. A will saving.
They do, for half damage.
Yeah.
But we'll do that in a second. Okay, so what happened is you attempt to move through the square. You rolled a 13. His CMD is a 13. As the technical attacker, that means he wins. You did not make it. Now, the thing is, that's only to move past it and avoid the attack of opportunity. So you are stopped, like, in front of him. But that's, that's where it is. Or kind of wherever you are. Where is it? There it is. So he does get the attack of opportunity.
Okay.
But that just means you stop there.
Right.
So that's the only effect it has. Basically, that's as far as you get is right in front of him. Oh, sorry. So you can get to that point, but stop there, which is, not that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wanted to Mind Thrust the big dude. Or the squishy leader.
And he's 20 feet back from them. So you are a total of 30 feet away.
So just enough to hit.
Yeah. So you still be able to do the Mind Thrust. You do get the attack of opportunity, but he didn't hit you, so it's fine. He didn't even see you coming. And so when you suddenly are there, but you're staring past him, he's like, ah! And it's just so surprised, he doesn't even know what to do. Now, Boyo in the back, big grumpy leader man, big Mr. Grumpy Gills, gets to roll for a half save. And his will, where are you, Boyo? There it is. He rolled a total of 20 for his save.
Damn. So that means I don't make.
Well, you do minimum 1, regardless.
Oh, okay.
In Pathfinder, basically, if it's damage at all, you do a minimum of 1 point.
Okay, so then.
So he technically saved, so you're aware that, like, as the type of magic and stuff you have, you're aware that he managed to resist, but he still takes the point of damage.
So yeah, I try to overload him with information about, like, I know what you've done. But of course he's just like, he's an asshole who, like, I don't care.
Yeah, he's like, good, I'm glad you know.
So, but because I can do this, I assume I can do it. It's a swift action, so I can do a swift action right now, right? So I'm gonna do. Yeah, I want to do painful reminder, because since I did actually hit him for damage, I can only do this one plus damage. So it's 3 non-lethal, whatever that means.
I'm double checking here real quick. Yeah, you can, as far as I can tell, you can do an additional swift. Okay, so it basically, you're doing that instead of your standard, essentially what's happening here.
Right, for inside my second standard.
Okay, so for 3 non-lethal.
And that
Now,
means
for
if he
reference,
only had 3 HP, I technically couldn't make him do a death throw, or right?
right, basically how non-lethal works for y'all's info is essentially it kind of goes backwards from how regular health does. If, like, say he has 10 HP in total, if you do 10 non-lethal points, he gets knocked out, period. He's not bleeding or anything, he's not in any danger, but he is unconscious. Now, as his health depletes, so if he got down to 5, if you did 5 points, that meets the threshold and he's knocked out at that point. Does that make kind of sense? That they have to meet each other, basically.
Right. Okay.
And that becomes unconscious. Now, if you go over, so if he has 10 and you do 11 points of non-lethal, that means you've done 10 points of non-lethal and 1 point of lethal. Any extra goes over to the lethal side.
Oh, okay.
Because since he's already knocked out, that's assumed that basically it's kind of how if you're unconscious in D&D 5e and someone hits you, it's an automatic like death save problem.
Right.
It's
yeah.
less lethal than that, obviously, but same idea. It's like he's already unconscious, and now you're just hurting him even more.
Right. Okay.
So you did not manage to knock him out, but ow! Like you see him like without meaning to, like he's got his longbow and everything. You actually see him like flinch and kind of like put his wrist to his head, like ah. So he's feeling it.
Yeah, I just grin. I don't care. I'm right in the middle of everybody being very squishy.
Alrighty, that was your turn, Ami. We are back to the top of the round. Redhead boy, Other boy, We ain't dumb. Guy who's directly in front of Ami is going, ah, lady, and it's going to swing on you. Because suddenly there's a lady, but like you're not even paying attention to her, so he's like, ah. Okay, oof. So he does hit, for reference. He's like, but you're not moving because you're so focused on this leader guy and like giving him the worst migraine ever.
Yeah. That
like you're like focusing on him and you're like, I'm in pain, and you look down and there's a sword in you and you're like,
I'm also in pain.
Oh no, I've been impaled. Which like is kind of surprising. You've never been impaled before, so it's like a new experience. So that's a thing. So you take straight up 6 points of impale damage.
Yeah, 1 HP left.
Ami.
So you look down, you're like, and you look at him and you're like, and he's like, And he's very confused what's going on.
Hold on. Let me see. Let me double check.
This is not what this guy has signed up for today.
I have... Oh.
That's okay. I'm ignoring it. Unless you tell me you're doing something, I ignore it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I... it says at will. Wait, hold on. Never mind. Oh, okay, no, that's not it. I thought I had some... Maybe it's next level. Yeah, so ignore that.
Yeah, that you can do... sometimes you'll get reactions.
Yeah, because... My psychic discipline is pain. So
right.
In theory, I'm going to get spells where if you hurt me, I'm automatically going to hurt you.
Yeah, you get a rebound, basically.
Yeah, but I don't have that yet. I was just double
right.
checking. So yeah. So I'm just like staring and like, how dare you?
Yeah, you're like, I've been impaled. He's like, I impaled you. And he's trying to be manly about it, but like, he did not sign up for impaling pretty ladies today. This is not a regular whatever day of the week this is. So
I mean, this wasn't the kind of impaling I was hoping to get from these guys.
Yeah. Side note, however, he's kind of cute.
Yeah.
If y'all can like get past this, like, I mean, you've been intimate already now. You've been closer than you have been with pretty much any other man. So like, there's a starter there.
Question.
Yes, Neffy?
Poor Neffy.
She has thorn armor.
She does, but that's for grappling.
Oh, okay.
That's only for grappling.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
it
I was
doesn't
about
do
to ask.
anything against stabbing.
Okay.
If he gives her a hug, she can impale him right back. Small, delicate, thorny impalements.
Oh my god.
Like nibbles.
Oh, Eric, you don't want to know.
I mean, these guys, apparently.
Yeah.
Also, certain religions. Check out Zonkuthan, yo. Anyway. A babyface boy who's like... It's
Where
like,
did these
okay,
women come from?
I stabbed once, I stab again. Is going to 5-foot step towards Sakura because now she's the closest. And it's like, okay, she's not as scary as other lady, so maybe can hit? I'm supposed to.
Oh, this poor sweet boy. I don't want to hurt him.
But you're real pretty, and he feels real bad. And in the process, the fumbling he feels for not only a pretty lady, but then he hears the like yellow paint, looks over and sees one of his companions has impaled another lady, but like not in a cool way that they were promised. And like he's got a headache, and like several people are just like, nah, brah. And he's like, and he feels so inadequate that he drops his sword.
Oh.
So he goes like thrust out. He goes to thrust out again, and the sword just like slips from his hand, like limply, and like lands right in front of your feet. And you're just kind of like, oh.
Slides my foot over the top of it so he can't just pick it up again.
He actually looks slightly apologetic.
She'll pat him on the head later. If
Like,
she's a...
you're not sure if the apology is like, I'm sorry I tried to hit you, or I'm sorry I didn't. I tried real hard.
Sweet boy must protect.
Alright. Pretty boy behind him, who is flanking dear Big Sister, is going to attempt to swing on Big Sister. Because, you're a threat.
Me?
Yeah.
Because I was about to say, I'm the bigger sister, but not the
Yes, but
pretty
also you're
sister.
surrounded.
Yeah, I know.
So, like, you're intimidating, but, like, you're surrounded, and this is kind of his job.
Yeah.
And he's still not sure if he wants to be fired. So, that is a total of... He's the attacker. So, on the bright side, he's going to... He's very pretty. And he's like, like, goes to, like, stab through, and for a second he hesitates because he realizes if he stabs too hard, he might just hit the guy on the other side. So he mostly slices you for 3 points of damage.
I'm down.
And you fall to the ground.
Can I say, like, as I'm going to the ground, it's just like, puppy boy here's weaker.
I will absolutely let you free action insult the leader guy. Like, you're like holding onto your Tetsubo as you're passing out. You're like, fuck you. You're still a little mutt.
Yeah, that's what she's gonna say. Puppy boy's weaker, at least loud enough for hopefully her sister to hear.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So you guys hear that, and you are down on your knees, like leaning against your Tetsubo and bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
That is all that happens right now. We will cover what happens thereafter. For y'all's reference, unconscious and bleeding is the skull and crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
If they are just unconscious, it'll be a sleepy face. And if they are dead, it's a big red X. So if right now you are unconscious and bleeding, but you are not dead. Because that's not how Pathfinder works.
Nope.
Alrighty. Big boy, big and back there, still standing aside, not doing anything, just has his arms folded. Leader boy, seeing you go down, doesn't really have an interest actually in taking down downed prey. Like he figures, okay, the threat's been taken care of, and is going to start aiming, not knowing that, not knowing who's causing the headache or why. I'm just gonna 50-50 it. And his odds, and so he's going after Sakura.
Okay.
That's what you see, sir.
Because she's straight behind you, so he is just gonna shoot his bow. He's going to shoot his shot.
Matrix, dodge that shit. Oh no.
So confident, she's like, and goes to let it go, and the arrow goes, and falls to the ground. Falls literally on you, in fact. Not that you're conscious, but it like bounces off your head as it falls, and he's like, the fuck?
It was the mind thrust.
Might have been, you don't know, but he rolled a nat 1, so he drops his arrows, like, the fuck is this? And that was also his move to draw it, so he has no arrow right now. So mostly he's just angry.
That's brilliant.
It's about I just imagine just a specter just pelvic thrust right into his butt.
Yeah, just your specter's just like, yeah! Suck it! All right, Sakura, it is now your turn. You have witnessed this, by the way. You've witnessed your sister drop to her knees and his incredibly ineffectual arrow technique.
And witnessed Ami getting impaled.
And Ami getting impaled.
Sarah's like, what the fuck?
What is going on here?
I do want to kick away the sword from Pretty Boy,
Okay.
so he can't pick it up again.
That
But
would be a move action. For reference.
would it be my full move action, or?
I'm going to say yes, because you do need to be careful enough not to like kick the blade itself.
Okay.
And to kick it in a different direction is actually going to be your
Okay.
move.
If that's the case, then that's not what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Am I able to occupy the same square as my sister?
Yeah, it'd be a 5-foot step that does not provoke attack.
Well, no, I meant because she was already there. Am I able to stand over?
The way it works, or at least the way I run it, and if this is not how it works, too bad. This is how we run it. Is that if it's one body, as long as it's one medium, which she still counts as medium, that is not difficult terrain. If it's two, that would be difficult. Okay. So you can basically like kind of stand with your legs spread apart, so you're not standing on her, and it's not difficult.
I cannot move my token down to that area.
Yeah, because there's that weird blockage that I don't know what it is. So I'm gonna switch y'all just that way we can see you're there.
Okay.
But you know, your sister's there.
So Cora's ears are flattened back, and she has a look of pure anger on her face.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna glare at this guy.
Which one? Which one you want?
Oh, the one that
the
down
pretty
there.
one. Yeah, the one that down. Okay, the pretty one.
Okay. However, he's still in range for her, right?
Oh yeah, he's right there.
Okay. She's gonna attack him.
Go for it.
Fuck yeah!
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that hit for sure.
And he's still up.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he's taken no damage until now.
No, he has.
She was attacking. She wanted to attack the leader.
Yeah, she attacked the leader instead. So
Yeah.
he's taken no damage.
He has.
Ami did.
Ami hit him, and so did Kana.
Oh,
Anna.
I thought you hit the leader guy with the brain thing. Or am I misunderstanding who you're aiming at?
I'm aiming at
Green
the
dot.
leader.
Okay, no, guy who took her. Sorry, I was thinking guy who took her down was Pretty Boy. Sorry.
So let's say, wait,
No, she's
That's not the same.
she's glaring at him, but she's hitting the leader.
Yeah, that's why I was clarifying.
Yeah.
Was I thought you were glaring and hitting at the same person. No. My apologies. Okay, so that's why I'm clarifying before I do anything.
Yeah.
No, you're good. You're good. That still does hit, by the way.
We're all just doing style points, you know? Like,
He is still up, but he is very hurt. He is barely standing. What is a spot? I'm killing people.
Am I still able to make a free action?
Yeah, you can free action. It's free.
Surrender now, or you will die.
That is an intimidate.
I wish I could help. I wish I could
Now,
help. Fuck.
now, wait. Now, to demoralize him and actually have it take effect is a standard action.
Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to demoralize him or anything.
You're just
threatening him.
Yeah.
Okay, that is not a check then.
Okay.
That is just literally you're just talking to him. He laughs in your face.
So be it.
What? I'm killing people right now.
I love you,
Has
Spot.
opinion.
You're such a good kitty.
I love you, but I'm killing players.
Trying
You
to.
too. God. I've only got one of them down, and we're like round 3. We're about to be.
And it's the tank that you got down first.
I know, right? That's because she's in the middle of the fray.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's where I'm supposed to be. So.
I'm
No,
not.
absolutely. All right. Now we get into how Pathfinder works with deaths. Or dying, I should say. What you need to do is I need you to roll a stabilize check.
Boy.
What that is that is a d20. So roll that first.
That's a 16.
Okay. So. It is a DC 10 Constitution check to become stable. You take a penalty equal to your negative hit point total.
Mm-hmm.
So how many points are you under from?
It would have been 1.
1 point. So your DC is basically an 11. So you beat it. So what that means is you're no longer dying. You're just unconscious.
Yay! I'm sleeping. I'm taking
Yeah,
a
you don't get back up.
nap.
Oops, sorry. There we go. You don't get back up or anything, but you are no longer technically in danger. You're not bleeding out, you're not anything, you're just unconscious.
Yep.
It's a weird.
So the wound was not terribly deep. It was enough to, like, knock you out from the pain, basically, but your natural and inherent demonic, fiendish heritage and stuff is like, nah, man, there's still blood to spill, and it's not mine. And it slows the flow. And that is your turn. So you're just now unconscious.
Yep.
We'll address what happens thereafter next round.
I take
But
it
you're
up
not
with you.
Good news, you're not dying.
Yep. Very true.
That's a nice thing. It's basically when you guys go under, you do become unconscious and bleeding. You make a stabilize check. If you fail, you just take another point of damage. You do that until you meet your HP total. At your HP total, you die. So if you have 10 hit points, if you go to negative 10, you die.
Okay.
But until that, you're just bleeding out a point. Now, they can coup de grace, they can hit you for additional points, and that can lower you more. There's other special things, but like in this case, because no one's actually going after her because she's unconscious, she's not really a threat anymore. They can take care of it whenever. They got active people. She's just there. Okay. So,
Take a nap right here.
I took nap, bye-bye! Alright, Saren, it is now your turn. Apparently, you're looking at him and looking at him with great disappointment at his ineffectual swordplay. Worked really well.
I know.
Because
And
now he has no sword.
Yeah, but that's still affecting him. What a shame.
Yeah, it sucks to be him, don't it?
Yeah. After seeing what happened to Ami, Saren is reluctant to join the fray any more closely.
Mm-hmm. Understandable.
Yeah, but I think baby boy is probably still the only one that she can reach.
You can still move, like,
Yeah.
to the right and closer, so you
then
can be in
can
more
hit
range.
The leader man.
I don't really care about the leader man.
Yeah, leader would be the only one out of your range if you moved, basically.
Yeah, because he's still too far. Okay, so I think
Yeah.
I think I will. I'm gonna move in. I was on Miffy's stream. So I'm gonna move in, and then I think because it would be best to just get as many of them. Like, her thought is that the more of them that aren't focused, maybe the more of them will stop fighting.
Right.
She still has that kind of belief from what Sakura said that, like, maybe that is worth trying to do. So I think on Pretty Boy, I like that these are what we're calling them now.
Names later, if they survive.
On Pretty Boy, I think I'm gonna try to use the spell, they're hard, ear-piercing scream.
Ooh, nice.
So, only he'll be able
Alright,
to hear
so...
it. So I put the thing.
Alright, so he did not save.
Okay.
So he's gonna take the full 2 points. Sonic damage.
The
And
mod.
then- Yeah, I think then he's dazed for the next round.
Homage.
as
Yeah.
well.
which I'll
He
put a
just
little...
hears like this absolutely terrifying sound in his ears. It's probably like dinosaur sounds because I think that's funny. Can't hear anything else, but none of us can hear that. It's just.
But yeah, I imagine like you look at him and take like this deep breath, like almost like an opera singer when they're about to start, and you just throw your wings and your arms back, and it's like the velociraptors from Jurassic Park. Like, imagine that, like, somehow soundboarded and mixed with the Tyrannosaurus Rex roar, and it's just like this funnel of sound that comes at him, and he hears it and turns enough to see you, and then it's just like holding his head and wincing. So his sword is at his side. He's still holding it, but like he's like, ah. Very like Black Canary, but dinosaurs.
Yeah, but dinosaurs. Just because. Why not?
But dinosaurs.
But dinosaur.
All right. Ami.
Right, so I'm going to do, because I get to do this up to 7 times a day,
Mm-hmm.
Painful Reminder, which is, again, a swift action.
Okay.
Because I dealt damage in the beginning of the previous turn, I can still do this.
Okay.
So, and this is to Squishy Leader Boy. So,
Yep.
2 non-lethal. And then, keep rolling low. Come on, D6s, be nice to me.
Oopsie.
They're like, no! Kill!
And then I want to do, it's also swift action, but I'm fine with this being my actual, like, other action, is Elemental Assault. So I want to flame on my arms and punch him. Because I
Hold
promise
up.
Fire.
Hold up.
Okay.
Because you do your first, the Painful Reminder, and it seems to take hold better this time.
Ooh.
You're not sure why, but you see him like wince and like grit his teeth through it, and he like does actually glare at you. For some reason, he seems to have figured out it's you, possibly just because you're not doing anything else.
Right.
Um,
I'm just openly bleeding.
And he's glaring at you, and he takes like half step forward, and then you see his eyes roll back into his head, and he collapses unconscious.
Nice.
He is down.
Then.
He's not bleeding, but he is unconscious.
Oh, okay. Do I want to? Oh.
Because you have exceeded his thing. So he also took a point of lethal.
Awesome.
So you see him collapse and like a little bit of nosebleed.
Then I want to do.
Yeah, you can. That's why I'm saying,
Yeah.
resolve that first. You can change your target in that case.
Yeah,
If
I
you'd
was
like.
debating whether or not I want to do. So I want to turn to the one that stabbed me,
Mm-hmm. The guy right in front of you, yeah.
and I'm going to do Persuasive Goad.
Okay.
But I guess I don't understand spell failures, but okay. I guess it failed.
This explains the spell failure better than I can.
Because technically my eyes would flash at them. And
Okay,
it would, yeah.
Spell failure is because it's still technically an arcane spell, and something you have, probably your armor, is giving you a spell failure chance. And so, yes, basically, your eyes flash for a moment, but then fade, and it does not happen.
Yeah, I
You're
think I'm in too much pain.
Yeah, you were very impaled. It hurt.
Yeah, I'm very pale. So I think that's all I can do, right?
Yes. You could move technically, but I don't think you want to.
Nah. I'm just gonna try to stand there, looking intimidating, despite the fact that I had a full sword in me, and I'm swaying. I'm like, I am stronger than Sakana.
I took more hits than you.
But I'm still standing.
At top of the round, the redhead shouts, "Haps is down! Throw down your swords!" And the others actually listen to him. And so anyone who still is up and has a weapon kind of looks at the situation, because when he says, "Haps is down," they kind of look to the leader guy, and they see he's unconscious on the ground. And then they look at the biggin on the other side, who just like has his arms crossed, and he's not doing the thing like he has to push up the biceps to show it off, but you can see them. You just see them flex in his shirt, and does that like Terry Crews like thing a little bit. and they put the fuck down their, except for Day Sky, who's still sitting there like, what? Do you have to shout? My head. But they throw down their weapon.
So we're out of combat at the moment?
You
Or-
are now out of combat. Combat
Seren!
is over.
Seren!
You won!
Yeah!
You survived!
We succeeded our first combat.
You did!
Can I still? What do I want to do?
You can still do anything you like. Just,
Maybe
I know.
Yeah. As everybody's like
Then I
dropping
still
their
wanna flame
weapons.
on. I still want to flame on and just punch the guy who impaled me.
Seren!
okay, he throws down his sword and you just like sucker punch him.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll for it. He's not expecting it.
So I just let me just do, and it's fire, obviously. So one.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, finally I get the hit.
Oh.
This fire down.
This does not knock him out.
Okay.
Luckily for him. But it hurt like a mofo, and there's like this this fist-shaped like burn on his cheek that you see is gonna blister and hurt like a bitch later. And he does like fall back on his hand. It's like,
That's what you get for impaling without permission.
I'm sorry.
I love mommy.
Seren, can you tend to Kana? As this is going on.
Can I? Good question. I was just about to ask something about this.
Yeah.
Because of my having to modify my character sheet because the witch one didn't exist.
Yeah.
For some reason,
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure I'm only supposed to be able to do 2 of my level 1 spells a day, but for some reason it says 3, and I can't figure out why. I can't figure out if it's because I'm able to do that many per day, or if I have something adding to it. I cannot figure it out.
It may be that you have something adding to it because if you have high enough of your
Intelligence.
spell.
Okay, so then yes, I can tend to Kana.
Okay.
Yeah, spells per day. Is this a 0 level spell or a level 1 spell?
It's a level 1. I've done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you should only have a total. Well, yeah, it depends on your int mod.
Yeah, that's what I can't figure
Let me
out.
double check.
I don't want to be.
How much is your intelligence mod?
2. No, 4.
That would be why then.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then yes. So I would have. So having
you
3 per
have
day would
the-
be correct.
You have very high intelligence.
Yeah, we can double check. I know for sure you'd have at least that many. You might even have one more than that, but I'm going to trust the sheet and say yes. In that case, you have 3.
Cool. Then yes, I can. I think I would in that case. Go ahead and fly down. In fact, I'll make a show of it. I'll fly over the wall.
Glorious.
Just there, and after not having exposed themselves this whole time, go ahead and makes a little flight of fancy, if you will, over the wall and down next to Kana.
Yes, give me your soft touch,
But-
Lupe.
Yeah, puts her hands on Kana and will attempt a cure light wounds.
There you go.
She rolls for that. So my question now, looking at this, how come level 0 spells I only have a slot to check off once, but like level 1s I could check off like up to 4 times?
Because let me
But I
look
could
at
do
yours real quick.
10 level 0 spells if I did my sheet correctly. Attempts or whatever.
Psychic.
Well, I'm not quite sure how it's
No, because for you, level 0s. That's what it was. Level 0s are
I think it was infinite
are
for
called
level 0.
knacks. You get infinite.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't
But we
have
had to put a number there, so we put like 10.
okay.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So-
you have infinite.
So I don't ever have to worry about marking off. It's only like level 1 and above. that-
Yeah, 0s are just called knacks for you. They're the same thing as cantrip.
Okay.
Okay.
They're just called that. Anyway, sorry.
Okay, never mind.
I rolled. Yeah, I needed to roll. I think I get +1 to that though. So
Because we're level
puncher.
0.
Yeah, 2 points. Oh my god! 2 points out of the game.
One more than me.
Yay!
I'm
You know
awake.
what? Yeah, that means you're on the. You actually you're still kind of clutching the Tetsubo, but you've fallen kind of back on your knees. It's kind of uncomfortable actually. You are flexible, but just being there for a few minutes, ow, ugh. But you do wake up.
Yeah.
Your head fucking hurts.
Ow.
Part of me wants to take my flame hand and put it against the wound and say oh, well, that'll make it better, right? That'll cauterize it. about digging it. I'm not gonna do. I'll follow.
I wasn't going to pass judgment either way. Until you chose. Then I was going to judge you.
No, it kind of would have just been like, no.
With the battle finally over, Sakura's gonna breathe a sigh of relief. She'll look at the men, even the ones that fought them. My offer still stands. If you want to come with us and do honest work, you're more than welcome to. If you promise to give up your lives of banditry, feel free to enter the fort. We'll look after your wounds. And there should be enough to go around as far as food is concerned. We'll make do either way.
We have to look over his wounds. And I point to the guy I punched.
No.
I need some rope. And I'd like to save his punishment for Splatslana. Let her decide his fate.
Fine.
I'm sure Svetlana will give her a very good punishment.
The guys who gave up, as opposed to like the two that like were just like, nah, man, I'm not even fighting this, are just following you right in, like not a problem. The other two that actually had to give up, one of whom is the pretty one who is no longer fletching his head because it has been longer than the round now. So he's feeling better. Still a bit of a headache, but is otherwise fine. Look at Biggin in the corner who just like flexes his arm, says, "We'll be taking her very nice proposition," and they're like, "Okay," and the others will follow you in as well.
Big scary man.
Yeah, he's the biggest here by. These guys are all like pretty average height. They're not like short or anything, but he's
bulky.
So
he's a
Carter's gonna
big
get
boy.
his attention. Is just like, help me up and bring me in.
Right away, man.
Call on one, huh?
And he actually like almost gentlemanly like actually offers you an arm up. Like isn't gonna put hands on you, but like offers an arm up.
Yeah, she's going to take it.
And he kind of hoists you up that way. It doesn't make you move the arms. Happy to let you have it because he's not dead.
He knows not to fuck with the big tiefling woman.
Oh yeah, he was like, nah, this is a bad fucking scene, y'all.
Oh, as like you're walking, she's gonna give a swift kick to the bleeder dude.
Who is still very unconscious, but his nose bleeds a little more.
So
Because I said so.
Sakura is going to make sure that he's tied up nice and tight so that he can't escape. Remove any weapons that she can find on him. If I
Not a problem.
If I have to roll for that, that's fine, but I'm going to take my time. And, like, I know where to hide weapons.
Yeah, no, y'all are out of danger now and such, so I'll say basically you can just take 20, basically, to go ahead and do that.
Because I'm only at 1 HP, I don't move unless someone offers up. I'm just standing there, just
I'm gonna stay here.
As he's about to walk by, Biggin, who still has an arm out for Connor, looks down and goes, "Do you need some help?"
I look at him, and I mutter like whatever like spell I use to help. It's just a word. It's just psychosomatic to like flame off because I'm not gonna burn him. And then offer an arm also, like.
Yeah, he'll extend arm. And basically do the same thing. Basically, you hold on, he just kind of lifts you.
Yeah.
You're much easier because you're smaller than Kana is, but he's still big. So, like, he lifts you with the other arm. So he's got you, like, one on each arm. And he's perfectly just guiding you guys right in. Very respectful. No sudden movements.
Yeah. And as, like, we're walking forward, like, if the one that I punched is straggling, I just, like, do the whole, like, I'm watching you. Like,
He's been kind of like, ugh.
Just to spook a few more.
And you can see the blisters, like, starting to develop.
mm-hmm.
You didn't give them, like, third-degree burns or anything, but, like, or whatever, you know what I mean.
You gave him some good welts.
But, like, there's some welts. They're not going to turn into, like, his whole face is going to, plague itself.
He's not
but,
going
like,
to turn into Zoku.
Yeah, he's not, he's no Zuko. But he's got some, like, small blisters developing.
My
we
one
did.
good roll.
Yeah.
I think Saren, because they've flown out to the outside at this point, they're gonna walk over to the two that didn't fight on the right side.
They're walking in. They were actually the first to
as they
fall.
come in, but as they come in, like they're gonna walk along with them,
Mhm.
kind of throw them a wink and say thanks for not fighting, and just walk in ahead of them.
Neither of them actually knows what to say to the strange fairy lady as far as they're concerned. So they just kind of, okay. Fucking weird. Yeah, but one up dead.
We have to give our usual impression, you know.
Like I said, he's fucking weird that. Yeah, but they didn't kill us.
Yeah, I think all of them are trying to flirt, and I'm just trying to do my job.
Everyone else is like, danger over. Y'all can fight. Not very well, but you can fight and you're hot. And you're just like...
Got that going for you.
And it's like...
Yeah.
We'll get to the important questions.
He's still unconscious.
Speaking
Well,
of which, is it possible we could get our break now?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest it,
But-
that now's a good time.
I wanted to say one last thing. I
Yeah.
wanted Kana to yell for Svelon. She's like, please tell me you have booze.
And we'll find out the answer to that question and more when we come back from the break.
Yes. Yeah, I might have to work here for a moment.
Yeah, I know, right? How unreasonable.
There we go. We are back.
All right, and we're back. So, you guys managed somehow or another. I'm just gonna move everyone inside. It's kind of in your same
Suck it,
arrangements.
Pop-Tarts, friends. We survived.
Oh yeah.
Hey, only one person wished for death. Only one. Anyway. But y'all managed to win. Managed to not
Yay.
die. Well done. Well done, all of you. I did realize I missed one thing due. They have names now, which you are about to find out. But I should go ahead and label them so that I know.
Fire boy.
Boy.
Well, like they have other like
Redhead.
names though, like other names,
Boy.
which I'll even turn on nameplates for now, so that you guys can learn them.
Boy.
Baby boy.
That way you'll actually be able to identify them because you'll learn their names. Should have thought to do this during the break, but I didn't. Whoops. So, slight retcon, I used the wrong token for the leader.
Oops.
Who's
Oh.
the leader?
It's the wrong token. I fix now. That's your leader.
Oh, okay.
This is some other guy. Don't worry about him.
So he's the one who impaled.
Oh, this is the one. This was the one. Was this the one that you were like, he has to be a douche no matter what when you were doing like the. Face
That's
imaging?
a completely different guy you'll meet later.
Okay, I was just curious.
That's still someone else. Though obviously, yes, I think y'all got the impression that this guy also might be a douche. Go figure.
Yeah.
But
Is
no, different.
so. What does the impaler look like?
Give me a second.
Taylor.
Taylor.
I'm going by names that I'm
Yeah,
associating.
I basically accidentally switched two people.
Yeah.
All good.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wasn't sure if there was another image for him. So I
Yeah.
have Redhead, Eccleston, Impaler. Come on.
His name's Havel.
Pretty boy. and
Pretty
then-
boy,
Boy,
baby boy, and built boy.
Yeah, built boy.
Because I'm sorry, I can't look at the other scrawny guy and not think Eccleston.
Why can't I see
This.
the nameplates?
They're not up yet. I don't
Oh,
think.
I thought they were on my
Oh, they should be. I just don't know how to do things.
No,
Why can't you guys see them play? How do I make visible? How do I make visible to friend?
Oh,
We're
what?
not friends.
How to make visible to friend?
Oh.
Oh no, I don't know how to.
I don't
We
know.
gotta keep their nicknames. What a shame.
I guess what,
Yeah, I know, right?
One thing you could do is just like make a little spot in the journals and just like put as like bandit boys and then put their characters,
Alright.
or at least their cards or whatever, so we can see their names
Yeah.
in the journal.
Oh wait.
Oh,
Yay.
Oh, there it goes.
Okay, I
Oh,
figured it out. It's a
boy.
setting.
Okay,
I figured it
there's
out. It's a setting. Still learning the Roll20 new stuff, y'all. I haven't used Roll20 in a while.
Oh,
Done.
I use Real 20 like half the time, and I don't know any of them. Like
Yeah.
I'm like, I didn't even know you could have name tags.
Yeah, I like never use them, but then I decided to use them for this, and then it's like, oh wait, now you have to go to like for reference when you double click a guy, and you go into his
Hey.
preferences. There's
are
three
his
dots stacked on one on top of the other, and that's where you go for player permissions, so they can actually see who the hell you're talking about. And if Roll20 wasn't so damn laggy, I'd already be done with this.
Hush.
Right. I'm just playing with token auras for a second because I just want to see how it looks. Ooh. I'm glowing because I only have 1 HP left.
That's just like wee woo, wee woo.
Exactly.
Wee woo. Wee woo.
God.
Okay, there we go. Now you have names.
There was an Overwatch player I
what
used
about
to play
Baby
with
Boy?
who would always just go wee woo, wee woo.
He has one. It's just covered up by his friend.
What's his
So I'm
name?
just gonna.
Okay.
His name's Tino.
Tino. Oh,
So there's
God.
Tino, Tony, Havel, Milty, Colin, and Colin.
So is Havel the leader?
He was
or
the
is
one
it
that
this
impaled
dude
me.
Here?
Havel's the
Yeah,
Impaler.
Havel's the Impaler.
Okay.
Haps is the leader.
Havel the Impaler. In fact, that's what we shall call him.
And I'm gonna leave the
And
red
it
dots so you
was-
know which ones were like cool with you.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Cullen was the big dude that helped me.
Yeah, Colin
Helped me
is big.
Tommy. Okay, cool. He
Yeah,
big
big.
boy.
Yeah, hey daddy. He large.
Actually, I get
Lurch.
this.
Lorg, large,
Lurch.
as opposed to small.
That would be Tiny Tina.
Tiny Tino.
As of now, Tino is now very small.
I'm doing everything in pink.
But yes, Haps is the asshole. Havel is the one who impaled you.
Yeah,
You
he's
can
not
tell
very
because Haps looks like a cop.
Yeah, he does.
Let's be real.
He looks like what's his name from?
It reminds me of the guy from Law and Order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the cop dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
See it.
Except with a better smolder.
True. True. But yeah, you and I are thinking the same person.
Yeah.
But yeah, he looks like a cop.
So yes, where we last left off, the tank.
Y'all survived, and you tied him up, and I put him in the wagon because that's
I
convenient.
presume
And
that,
Kana
yeah.
asked Svetlana for booze.
I was gonna say the tank who fell first asked for booze.
And
4 hits. Thank you very much.
they all come out. I'm going to remove the traps for now, just that way, you know, because
Can we just say
Cut.
we took down the traps?
Honestly, I would probably have been like, "Can you throw Haps down the pit?" Like the
it's cold down there. Make his take off his shoes. Make his socks wet. We don't have to hurt him. I just want him to be uncomfortable.
Exactly.
But the Levitans, which is Oleg and Svetlana's last name, by the way.
Ooh.
And Ed emerge. Ed is like got like a hammer, and he is so ready to throw down. But he was assigned like Lana duty.
Mhm.
But he's still ready, and then he comes out and like he sees all of them. He's like, ah! And
Ed,
Tino
Ed.
looks at him and goes, ah!
It's okay.
Darren laughs.
Ah!
And it's okay.
Ah!
we kicked the leader dude's butt. She points.
Puts
to the...
puts down the hammer, like drags it like a sad toddler back inside.
Make sure you give him a hug, sister.
I will. But more importantly,
I miss out on all the fun.
He wanted to start another fight just for you, Ed. I mean,
That'd make it more of a tavern brawl. That's
You
not-
hear like an intake of breath, and Oleg is the one who turns around and goes, Ed, no. I'll just join the next one.
I'm sure that there will be many more in the future.
tavern brawls, not this, I hope.
Oh, okay.
No,
I take a
it's
bit
not a tavern brawl.
and I'm still bleeding because I haven't been healed yet.
Yeah, it kind of looks over to Army. She's like, no, that was not a tavern brawl. I can swear to you.
Lana. And she kind of pulls Haps up by like the scruff of his neck. Is this the man who took your ring?
Couldn't forget a face. Wow, that's the wrong accent. Suddenly she's Irish? Y'all, there we go. Look, man, I do a lot of accents in my head, okay? I come up with all these guys.
I'm appreciative of each one of them. And
So sometimes Lana's a little Irish, you know.
I can see that. It's fine.
It's all good. I dare say that that's the guy.
How would you like us to deal with him?
Oh, is he still breathing?
Unfortunately.
Yes, he is.
Oleg opens his mouth to say something, and the look she gives him, you don't quite catch because y'all are on this side and he's slightly behind her.
Yeah.
But whatever it is, you see him like all puffed up, like, well, I'm ready to say something. And she looks at him, and you're seeing the back of her head, and he just like deflates. Like, oh.
I did try, but
Can I kill
unfortunately,
him?
This one impaled me.
Well, we'll see to that. That's more important. But dead man do me no good. I'll put him to work.
That's what kind
Lots of work.
Oh, I can't beat him to death.
Oh, I mean, if he still
Pretty
continues to be a
rough.
pain in the ass, there's plenty of punishment to be doled out.
Cool.
Oh, that reminds me. I doubt it. But when I checked him, did I find the wedding ring or...
You did not.
Okay. I figured so, and I figured you would have told me.
But
but I
you
want...
find a few other things that I should mention.
Okay.
Because you just might enjoy the things you find. You find that obviously he's wearing leather armor. You find his dagger. You find a composite longbow with arrows. You find trail rations. You find 35 gold to be split amongst the party. You find 2 vials of this weird kind of greenish, pearlescent, slightly glowing stuff that just like continuously seems to move. Even if you're not like moving the bottle, it just keeps kind of shifting. It is stoppered very well and has wax on top of the stopper. So it's super sealed. Like there's like the stop, you can see the cork, and then there's like paper and then wax and a tie. Like it's super stoppered. And the glass is fairly thick on this spot, unusually thick.
Out of character, I'm guessing it's acid.
No.
Oh.
It's probably like poison cloud or something.
No. I'm going to tell you just that way you can have it marked down. It's 2 vials of alchemist's fire.
Ooh.
That he could have, if the opportunity arose and y'all were clustered, just thrown it in the midst of you.
Don't give it to Ami.
Do not. Do not
Don't.
give it to
I will be keeping a close
Sarah.
eye on these.
Or Saren.
Because
Don't give it to me.
technically we don't know what they
You
are
should
yet.
open pyros,
I
okay?
can't be a pyro. I will catch on fire.
Yeah, but you like it anyway.
I know, yeah.
An alchemist fire catches everybody on fire. It's non-discriminatory.
Well, that's fun.
The last thing of
Don't give it
interest
to Ami.
is you notice some sort of chain, like cord around his neck, and you pull up the cord, and at the end of it, probably, that big, not huge, but the size of a decent, like the size of a bottle of like a Coke can, we'll say, just to make the imagery easy, is a silver, like, stag's skull pendant.
Link that shit off and save it for later.
You can also appraise it to find out how much money it's worth.
I know that both
Very
Kay
true.
and Neppy are taking notes, but it's just like for Kay, it just looks you look more studious. Like
I know, right?
That's my...
That's okay. My notes are leather, because I know there was the dagger and the longbow, but I didn't get to write those down. But
Yeah, we can go back over them after game.
Okay.
Like price them out and everything.
but I have 2 vials of green shimmers.
Bright green pearlies.
Yeah.
Bright green glowy goo.
Yeah.
um.
And then I have hearts around all the little red dot people.
God damn it.
Opa! Sorry, I had to make it a more joyous moment than it was.
Oh look! Headphones!
Beautiful sight.
I feel so bad for Spelsy.
Me too.
I don't know. Look how broke we are.
donate
Please give
for,
us money.
Yeah.
Do not donate to me though, because that I have no way of telling where it goes where. I mean,
We'll
if
get
you
back
want
to
to
you how
donate,
to donate.
yeah. If you do want to donate to me, that's fine. But don't donate to me for everybody else.
Work it out, nephew. Don't worry
Yeah.
about it. Donate to nephew.
Yeah, donate to nephew.
We'll work it out. It's fine. Nephew can owe us.
I wonder if this is considered breaking of toss.
He's looking at us.
I'm just saying.
I can't fucking help it, okay?
It's fine.
We
I'm
love
trying to
you.
look for my goddamn pencil and I can't find it.
I think it hit the floor. I think.
No,
I
that was
heard
the dice. That was
Oh,
the
okay.
dice.
That was the dice.
If
I
it
don't
was
really
on
use
the floor, I
pencils,
would
but
have
this
seen
has a
it.
pencil holder.
Nerd. I love it.
Pencils are good for sketching.
Oh wow, okay, I found it.
Yay!
You gotta sketch your dino.
In the margins.
And drawing lots of random things.
Nice.
But anyway, I'm gonna sneeze. Maybe. Please sneeze.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
Same.
It's like right there, but you can't.
Nope,
And
it's
then
not
maybe
coming.
5 minutes later.
5 minutes from now, I'm gonna sneeze really hard, you guys. It's gonna be great. Anyway. But, you survived for combat! Yay! I'm so proud of you guys. And you didn't set anything on fire. I'm even doubly more proud.
Yeah.
Set myself on fire. That was good enough.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of set a guy on fire briefly. You singed his eyebrow for sure.
Oh yeah.
That eyebrow is not as pretty as it once was.
Yeah, I'm just bleeding. Just
Yeah,
standing
you're
there.
just like Monty Python style.
Yeah.
Like a really angry squirt gun full of Kool-Aid.
Exactly.
So I was like, we can help that. Oh, like, go into bed. He's like, yeah, oh. Goes in with Ed. A couple minutes later, he comes back out. Because, back in their storeroom, you guys, back in their storeroom, they have things.
Yeah.
Some
Okay,
of those
healing
things that they
things.
have, is they have two potions of cure light wounds. 2 potions of stop bleeding. So horribly.
I like those a lot.
I'm just making the snow pink. That's all. I think Sully has red blood. Maybe.
Sure.
Yeah.
They do now. You
He
do.
does.
And it comes down and is like, oh, well, you definitely need one. And hands it directly to you. He's like, no, this one's yours.
Thank you. And what do I? Is that a roll?
You know, I'm just gonna make it easy. If you roll it, it's a D8 plus 1, but because this might be somebody else, it would be rolled by the person who made it. So I'm gonna make it easy and say it's a full 9 points.
Okay. Yay! I'm back to full health.
Um,
I only have 7 HP.
Anyone else need?
Connor
Okay.
raises her hand.
There you go, big girl.
Yeah.
I can't quite do his low voice today, so you know.
It's all good.
I'm gonna chug that
Sakura is going to ask if they have any bandages and ointments that she can treat the other wounds that people have suffered.
I think we can get something together. And she decides to busy herself in the house.
So,
The other bandits are just kind of the ex-bandits are kind of standing around awkwardly like, yes, we like raided these people like a
Nine
lot.
building.
Nine.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I am so tempted to like have one of the ones who were attacking, like, why don't you go into storage for a moment?
Oh my
No.
god.
Grab us some things.
No.
No. Don't be mean.
Can we take down the traps?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
let's take down the traps.
I thought we did, yeah.
While we get things sorted, why don't you gentlemen take some seats, make yourself at home. We'll see what we need to do once we're done. Let's get the wounded taken care of. Let's get some hot food into people.
Getting their arms crossed. Sarah has a hard time being nice to these people after all of this.
I
Just
want to
fight
go-
the waking.
Now that I'm fully healed, I want to go and like secure the front gates closed.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't want them to try to sneak out or any bullshit like that.
Easy enough to do.
Yeah.
There's actually even a heavy bar that you can lower. You'll need somebody's help to do that because it is big and heavy and solid wood, but you can.
Arcade can help.
You might need another
still
person
on
with
me.
thumbs
Yeah.
and muscles. More
So, yeah.
muscle.
I'll ask Anna. I was like, hey, you want to help me make sure they don't try to sneak out like bitches?
Sure. So we're gonna help him pull down the bar.
Sakura is going to go into the storeroom and whatnot and see what she can whip up for food that will feed these men.
Yeah. There's
Though
rations.
before she goes off to do that, she's gonna make sure that at least Haps is put into the storeroom and lock it so he can't get out.
So in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the bear trap.
With
We're
the
gonna-
stinky musky fur.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
that's
good
good.
enough.
With the,
Yeah.
the snake fur as his only comfort.
But yeah, she's gonna try to make something that she can share with them. You know,
Yeah.
keeping good to her promises. You know, they would have food. And
Yeah.
some, you know.
Partially, there's some input. I'll say basically over the next hour, you guys are able to dismantle it because you're not really like dismantling the traps. You're just disarming them, and then like the hole, you're just kind of like kicking stuff into until it fills up. Because it wasn't like a huge hole. It was like it's a hole, you know, that sort of thing. Solana does have a little bit of input there. She wants them to be fed and be able to work off their debts and all that, and some of them she seems to know. She doesn't specifically mention which ones, but you know. But there is still a general feeling of like she's willing to feed and help these guys out and stuff, but maybe not well per se. She's not to be generous about it. So the supplies she provides you are pretty simple.
Mm-hmm.
You'd basically be able to make a filling but not impressive in a particular way soup.
Okay.
From some like dried salted meat and that sort of thing that you could stew down for a bit, and some like some grain and stuff like that, some potatoes, so you can put something together that it will be filling, it will be fine, it's better than festive gruel.
Yeah.
But she's not sparing any expense, shall we say.
Yeah.
They're not getting.
She's not getting the treatment we got.
Right. You guys like. She's going to be putting together some stew and stuff for y'all and Oleg and Ed and stuff. They get, there's a stew. There's a soup we can throw together, and like they get the crust of the bread kind of thing. Like they get the bread she made yesterday or a day before she was saving to like dry out and make croutons or something.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still bread.
I'm gonna while Sakura is like bringing the trays over to them. I'm gonna go up to Svetlana and say, if this is too much for you, we can do all the talking.
No.
They
just need to prove themselves. Some of them have just made mistakes, and I can sympathize with that. But I think somehow you know.
Yes. And if you want me to do something to the one that's in the storage, I can.
I'm sorely tempted.
Well, if you change your mind, I have no problem dealing with humans like that, like him. I went into his mind and he had no remorse. And I don't care for people like that.
He'll have remorse. If I have to beat it into him, he'll learn it.
Okay.
Kind of hope I have to. Just a little bit.
I have a feeling you'll get that chance.
I think while that conversation is happening, I think Saren's gonna go over and sit across from the red guys.
Yeah.
Sit down in a typical Saren
So there's
fashion.
a little bit of divide there, because like the three of them are like, we didn't even try, and the other guys are like, I'm Hazeldy, I'm Taylor.
Literally gonna sit down, just like look at them and ask a super general question rather than anything specific, and say, "So how did you become bandits?"
Actually, the guy in the middle actually does snort because what the fuck? And the guy he says, "Well, I mean, you could say we come from all sorts of walks. Some of us, Havel over there, Havel the Impaler, used to be a hunter around these parts, but he wasn't very good at it. Hey, well, if you were, you wouldn't have become a bandit. Fair. Tino over there, was bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. He just got, all his stuff stolen, his pants pulled down around his ankles, and they promised not to tell if he joined.
Little one?
Yeah.
He gets scared easy.
Yeah.
It's funny that little Saren is going, the little one.
I know.
Barely, like, at the table.
Pretty boy over there, his name's Tony. He used to be some sort of fancy merchant. I think he slept with the wrong lady and he had to run down here. Her husband was none too pleased.
Humans are all about that kind of drama.
We really are.
I think after a bit, kind of like wince a little bit as she sits down. Kind of a little sore.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Colin and I actually are from a ways kind of south and north and west from here. We were doing some map making and such, and wandered down here. Seemed a good opportunity, and then well, it was not such a good opportunity. Go figure.
Map making.
We were trying to map out a bit. We didn't get very far. But
Saren pulled out that map that they were making of the path here. The really crappy one that just has birds drawn on it. This?
Yeah, pretty similar actually. Cullen over there. I don't know what Cullen's deal is. He don't talk much. And he just like looks over, and Cullen's just sitting there, still arms crossed, just sitting there very stoic, and like slides his glance over, and just doesn't say anything.
Connor's gonna be.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna be. Connor's just gonna go. So what's your story, big guy? Just
I think at this point.
them up.
Yeah, I think at this point, I had come back out and I was like, oh, I like men who don't talk. They lie less.
Yeah, but I'm interested in what this bigger, like what he's been doing before this. I'm interested.
Got jobs. Came here. Bandit.
He has more of a story than that.
Maybe.
Okay, I have patience.
Scott leans over and goes, you'll need it. I've been trying to get more than that for like 6 months. I found out his favorite color is magenta.
Oh, so you like pink?
Certain
Guess
shades.
what color I am?
Certain shades.
I'm fully pink.
There's a joke there that he is not going to make just yet. Because this is still a very new, not death arrangement.
Because, like, I think at this point when she's just like, oh, you like pink, and, like, her tail starts to kind of, like, sway back and forth behind her.
He keeps his mouth shut. Because there are so many jokes to be made here. And this is still a very fresh, not dead arrangement. So, he's just gonna keep it that way, because he's really not sure which ones are okay with that kind of off-color humor and which ones aren't. So,
What can I do to send? I guess I'm assuming it's sense motive, but like I want to see if any of them are still fearful.
Sense Mel.
Okay. 19. So this is for like all 6 of them. I'm looking to see if any of them.
All of them are wary, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly the 3 that did not step out are nervous, because there's definitely a division already of, like, the 3 who stepped out are like, okay, you know, we may only be on step 2 of the 12 step, but at least we're on 2, and you guys are still on 1.
Right.
They're less pissed at us.
What was the redhead guy's name?
Colin.
That's Colin. There's Colin and there's Cullen. Which is confusing because Cullen, because of his accent, pronounces it Colin. So it's kind of Colin and Colin and Cullen and Coolin. And there's a reason there's also Tino and Tony, because I needed other names. There was a brief arrangement when it was kind of 7 dwarves where they all had C names, and I was like, no, that's too shitty.
my thing is because it was mentioned that, you know, there's the Stag Lord, so I'm wondering if any of them are still afraid because of the Stag Lord, not necessarily us.
Yeah. It's hard to get a read on that. They don't seem to feel one way or another about the Stag Lord.
Okay.
At least at current, it seems like y'all are the more pressing
Okay,
thing.
yeah, that's valid.
But yeah, you can't get a read on specifically that.
No problem. But, like, okay, so yeah, they're still worried, obviously. Seems legit so far.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask the dumb question. It's like, so why do you keep stealing from here? What good does it do you to have for extra furs?
See, we're real low on totem pole. I'm not sure y'all caught on to that. I hope you did. It should be pretty obvious, I think.
Considering how easily we defeated you, yes.
Yeah, you did. There's a reason we stepped back. But, anyway. But we're pretty low on the totem pole, and you know, Haps talks a big game, but, I mean, he's not exactly high-ranking himself. Otherwise he would have got a better assignment. But he sleeps with one of the bigger fish. So, she gave him a bigger job.
What's her name?
Cressel, I think it is. She's a nasty piece of work. We don't fuck with Cressel. She came with us one of the first times we were here. I think she threatened to chop off the old man's hand. Yeah. But she's one of the various commanders and such, and she works for the lieutenants, and they work for the Stag Lord. We've never actually seen them, to be honest. But word comes from on high. Well, I mean, that's not true. I think Cullen, didn't you say you saw him once? Once. Yeah, so I mean, he exists. There was one guy who doubted. Jerry. Poor Jerry. He ain't around no more. Anyway, we didn't want to end up like Jerry, so when the Stag Lord told the lieutenants to tell Cressel, to tell Haps, to tell us to do what he said, you know, we kind of did it without question, to be honest.
So you don't know what they do with the stuff you steal?
No, it gets passed on high, and, you know, we get a cut. I don't know how fair it is. I'm not very good at math, to be honest. never really learned my numbers. But we get a cut, and it's enough to, buy some small things here and there when we go into the towns and whatnot. Not too often, but I assume they sell it somewhere.
Bigger jobs. What do the people higher up get assigned to do?
I mean, lieutenants mostly just stay around the fort, I think. I don't know if they have any bigger jobs beyond that. Cressel usually is the first one to hit any new locations, and then she assigns somebody to take care of that. It's kind of a
bunch of little bandit groups.
Yeah.
With nobody with any actual power.
Well, I mean, we certainly don't. I assume they must.
Why?
Because they kill us if we don't.
Why don't you just fight back?
Because they're more powerful than we are. I mean, so were y'all.
Stranger Benjamin.
I think I look at Cullen and I'm just like, you're pretty strong looking, like.
I think what he's trying to say is that there's not a lot of opportunity out here. You're either a bandit or you're bandit bait. Till something better comes along. Better be the big fish than the little fish.
Then why don't you just return home? If I could return to my...
You act like we have a home to return to.
Not everyone has a home to return to, Ami.
Then that's when you
Dreadful,
find a better
wasn't it?
home.
That's what we tried to do down here. Now we can't get out.
I think it's around this time that Sakura is starting to place bowls in front of people. Well, we're moving farther down south to create a home ourselves. A place that would be a warm community. Ones that would help one another.
You guys can help us with that.
You're welcome to come.
With all due respect, is exchanging one pack of wolves for another until we know further. But I think I like your teeth better.
Sakura's gonna flick her tail, like, from one side of her to the other. We all fluffier and cuter.
Fluffy?
Yeah, Kana's just gonna smile and show off her teeth, but also kind of like swinging her tail back and forth as well.
You actually see Tino from the other table, like, because he's kind of listening in on what's going on, even though he has the soup. He's kind of doing that half, like, that really awkward cafeteria high school boy listening in thing. When you do that, he catches sight of you doing that, and he actually snorts some of his soup. And starts, like, coughing it, and the guy, and like Havel next to him starts, like, beating him on the back, like, don't breathe it in, boy. When they say inhale your soup, they don't mean it. And he sputters for a few minutes.
It's not going to be an easy thing to do. Once we find a place to settle, we'd have to build what we can to make homes. So, if you're willing to work here until that's set up, or if you wish to learn a trade and find employment elsewhere, as long as you don't go back to stealing, you're free to do as you wish.
I'd suggest first that they pay off what they owe. What was their last names again?
Levitans.
The Levitans. Until the Levitans are satisfied. Like you said, Sakura, it's going to be a while before we have a settlement.
Well, that's what my sister was going off of, is that they pay their dues while we fix up and find a place to settle.
But that's going to be at least a year from now. We don't.
Then that should be more, like, if not more than enough time for them to pay their dues.
We keep a few bodyguards.
Excuse me, I have a question. And it's Tony, pretty boy, from the other side. I know you said no stealing, and understand entirely from people like this and stuff, and the hunters and the traders and stuff. But if this is some of our old comrades, can we steal from them and then give it to these people? Would that be fair?
Yeah, that'd be fair.
Steal from bandits to give to not bandits?
Right. Because we would recognize them, so we could. Would that be?
Only if they're still working as bandits.
Oh yeah, no, of course. If they can be recruited, I will pass the good word. This is a much better deal than what we had going on, to be honest. Even this part.
I agree. I would wish that you would at least give them a chance to repent. If you could stay away from killing as much as possible, I would appreciate it. But I understand not everybody is going to be susceptible to changing their ways, especially if they've been in this type of work longer than most.
So convince them to switch to the side of good, so to speak. If not, take their stuff and punish them appropriately. Is that the gist of it? Because I'm very good at the taking things part. It's kind of all I do.
Does he have anything shiny, bubbly? Even if it's like a gold coin or something.
No, but he's that trick they do with like the gold coins for like spinning it? He's doing that with his spoon.
I like Pony.
But I want to steal something from him to show him I understand what he means.
Steal the spoon from him.
I'm trying to think if they would allow, if basically they trusted him to have anything shiny. I mean, he does have a pendant. He has one of those stag pendants. Like, it's much less nice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not literally, but like if Haps's was silver, this is like maybe iron.
Tin,
Maybe tin. Yeah, but it's there.
Can I try sleight of handing him?
You can, and he will attempt to notice.
Can I try to distract him and keep him looking at?
That would you could basically give 8 another to her by using the same. So yeah, you can sleight of hand if you roll above 10, you'll 8 her. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying.
Not that Sakura needs it, frankly.
I mean, why not? I'm helping my sister. Come on.
Okay.
I want to help.
Yes, though.
13.
So you do. So you get a +2 to your roll, Sakura.
So
26.
26?
He does not have any fucking clue that you're doing this.
She'll start twirling it around on her finger.
And he stops and actually reaches his other hand and realizes it's gone and goes, I like you. We should, like, swap tips or something sometime. If that's not too forward.
We'll see. But she'll hand him back the pendant.
Like, you reach out for it, and he actually reaches out and closes your fingers around it. I have no use for such a trinket anymore.
That's when, like, Kanna's just gonna lean over and nudge her sister a little bit and, like, give her the wiggly eyebrow.
Kanna, behave.
What? This
You just got to sit a shiny.
This is for you, dear sister, not for me. Like, there's your shot, come on.
Keep it as a memento of our momentous first meeting.
It's not like Kana can seduce all of the men. She has to
No.
have some.
Yeah, exactly.
She's a wing woman. She can be a wing woman.
So, yeah, I think. So, despite the fact that like all of the men seem very amiable to this, I don't trust them. Obviously,
Obviously.
To me, their excuses for becoming bandits are weak. I'm like, well, then you should have just chosen to die. Like, stand by your beliefs.
That seems kind of extreme.
Yeah, but it makes sense for her character to think that.
Yeah.
True. It is. But
Whereas yours makes sense for the common man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to go, obviously, because you can't do it because it's a grid thing, but I'm going to go in between those two.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, so you will have the choice, obviously, after you pay off the debts here. And hopefully by then we'll have something for you to strive to help out. For those of you who wanted to make a new life. But you must know, even if we're not here, we'll know for you not to double cross us. And I'm going to do my Haunted Fae aspect, which creates an illusion making me look like and sound like a bizarre, insane fey creature, as it states. All it does technically is I get DR1 cold iron. But,
yeah, I can do anything to them.
Yeah, but I kind of want to intimidate with this. Like as I like show off this weird magic that they probably haven't seen. Like there's only been rumors of Fae and stuff, and so I want to create this you do not want to mess with us or betray us. And yeah.
Definitely a handful of them look full on fucking spooked. The two map maker boys, like, almost get up out of their seats.
They be
So-
spooked.
They're spooked. They're nerd
Either of
boys.
them turn to
Sakura-
like away from Ami to stand up.
Oh yeah, they're gonna turn away and
Well, Sarah's just gonna go rar.
Milty actually, in his rush to get out of his chair, like falls backwards because it's a bench
Yeah.
and he's in the middle. And Colin's like, "Oh man, come on, Scoob."
Yoink.
Sakura is going to just let out a deep sigh and just kind of rub her forehead.
Colin just kind of shrugs and goes, "Seen worse."
They are bandits. They have hurt. They have probably killed.
That's fair.
It is
But you
probably
will-
true what you say. But this is a new start, a fresh start, and not everybody has such choice.
And addicts will always screw up every fresh start that they have. I'm
No.
just giving them this warning that this is the only fresh start they'll get.
Just nodding along.
It
Sounds reasonable.
and she kind of like she has her hand on her shoulder and then she kind of like sort of comfortingly trying to rub the back of her like lower neck, like right here, just trying to show that she's not mad or disappointed or anything like that. She understands where you're coming from, sort of feel.
Yeah, just because you guys not necessarily saying eye to eye, you're on the same page in the sense of
Yeah.
what's
Let them
going
live.
down.
That's good enough.
Yeah.
In my eyes. Arcade didn't, burn fire on all of them. They should be lucky.
We do hope that you take this opportunity to use it as a fresh start. A bandit's life is a very short one. Normally doesn't end very well. Please. Just take this chance and be better than this. As I stated, we are planning again to set up. So if you feel like you have no place to go, you can always come to us down south. We'll make space for you. One way or another, we'll make it work. If it is something you truly want.
Tony raises his hand.
Yes?
Okay, so I'm on the same page with the whole doing good thing. But would it still be good if I, what Haps was unconscious, stole his boots and placed horse manure within them before putting them back on him?
I mean,
Fine.
that just will make it more comfortable. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Is this
Right.
acceptable?
It's not doing
Slash-
any harm.
Slash, is it more acceptable if I don't ask permission from you first? Because you seem like a very respectable lady.
I mean, you technically just did ask for them.
Ask what?
So,
Try to do no harm.
the manure thing is not doing any harm. It's just going to make us
If you want to prank him, go right ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm
Especially
pretty
the
sure
horse about
there's
to
a
walk
few
its rough.
people here are going to want to help with that. So I don't think I have
Like,
any
mid-sentence.
control over saying one way or the other because people are going to
Mid-sentence, like, excuse me, I must go visit a horse about the water trash. And just leaves. Like, and you see him just go to the stables.
Which two are the map makers again?
Milty and Colin. So redhead and like really skinny guy.
These two.
Okay.
Yeah. The two sitting with
okay.
Colin.
And they were the ones that both of them were the ones that had stood up. Like.
Yeah, they're the ones you spooked in particular.
Nice. So I'm gonna go and try to sit between them, and be like, so give us the maps that you have to where you know where the Stag Lord is, and any other information you have, if you so please.
Ma'am, we'd really love to, but we are not in possession of those items at current.
You don't have it in your head? Do you want me to pull it from your head? I think I could still do that.
I'd really rather you didn't, ma'am.
Mommy, quit scaring the poor men.
He's trying really hard not to laugh across the table.
I'm not scaring.
We can try to point
Yes,
out
honey.
we can try to
you
point
are.
out what we recall, but we've never actually been to the main area.
Well, where do you return to? Where do you go from here? If
there's
you were
a small
successful.
there's a small meeting place. I could write that down.
Yeah, and so I'll lean over the table, to like go towards Sarah and like ask for her like their paperwork. Yeah. It's like, okay, you can start now that you've had your fill of soup. And I'll just wait here to make sure you do it. And I just give him the most pleasant smile.
Ma'am, I cannot remember anything when you're this close to me.
It's a bit of a while since you've been with a woman.
Give them some space, Ami.
Ma'am, with all due respect, I've never been with a woman. Certainly not like you.
Go,
Oh,
And I mean that in the most
Are you not
most
interested?
respectful way possible.
Kana's gonna sigh and get up, walk over to Ami's side, and pull her away.
I let
Stop scaring the poor men. They've had enough.
Thank you,
you.
ma'am.
Darren is still sitting there.
And they both start leaning over the map and they're talking with them. They're like, well, so you went to... And it seems like they're actually talking for a while, like trying to like figure out like the exact location. Which I will mark on the map. When you guys get back to the main map, you'll see it. It's fine.
Nice. Yeah.
Sakura is going to like stand in between everybody, you know. We do need to know if we could beg your assistance. When
If
you...
pay for anything, Kara.
I'm trying to be polite. You catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar, and
You
I
didn't
would
catch
really...
anybody until with the vinegar.
We're gonna need help, at the very least, and I'd rather not make it more difficult by being rude. So, shh. Let me finish. If you had been successful, if you had stolen from our friends here at the fort, how long would it have been until you would have had to deliver your goods?
Give me 1 second. Is that the one? Yes. Layer. Map. There. Sorry, I was trying to get it to the correct layer. And it's been a long time since I played with any, so it's like, one of these is thing. Can do. Maybe. Yay! Okay, I fixed.
Yay!
Now thing is there, so I don't forget. If they had been successful, what would have happened? Good question. I forgot to read that part.
Because normally it doesn't happen.
Well, normally it happens before now, so it's like, ah.
I'm trying to just to figure out how much time we have to prepare before taking the fight to them.
Let's go to that one and see if it says what to do. That's several pages down on the thing. No.
No, 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 no.
I think, yeah, while you're doing that, even though I'm gonna go over to the other table to see how nice they play.
Oh my god.
Kana, can you help Mommy?
I'm
Yeah.
not being a bully.
Yes, you are. Oh my god.
These
I want to
poker
get to
hides.
know these people who they're the bullies. They impaled me first.
Hollow has impaled you.
Job.
Still sitting there on a paper piece of paper writing all these things that they've learned. Everybody's stories.
Ed is supposed to give us story time later too.
There we go. Okay.
It's true. Ed has to tell us.
Yeah.
Brady
They, they inform you that they normally, they're given about 2 to 3 days between raids, essentially. And that's the word they use for it anyway. But basically, between picking up things here, they have 2 to 3 days to get to the meeting spot before it's assumed that things have gone wrong.
How long does the travel take? The whole 2 to 3 days, or like a day?
About 2.
So we have
It depends on if you're on foot or on horse or whatnot.
Right there.
They usually travel by horse, obviously, so quicker.
the poor horses are just waiting outside.
The horses are still out. I mean, I assume honestly during that like hour when you're dismantling, like horses were brought in
Yeah.
because you guys are nicer than that, and I know at least 1 or 2 of you. I know one of you's good with horses and one of them likes horses, so.
Rub it in. I'm trying. I'm bribing them to like me.
Like I said, you already got flirted with. I had to give her some.
Yeah.
I said, memento. Very, very. Of that first moment that we laid eyes on one another. Tony.
Tony, you tried to stab me. You stabbed my sister. You're lucky I'm not beating you.
Of course I attempted to stab you. I could not take my eyes off you for a moment. And I was so blinded by your beauty that I stabbed your sister instead, for which I am very sorry.
Uh-huh.
I'm very sorry, by the way.
Sure.
Sakur's just like, what the fuck, man? They're trying to hit on them, and I'm the one getting hit on. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
What even? It's that whole formidable, like, foreboding, like, I'm not here to flirt, I'm here for business. Very hot. Same as wearing, like, a business suit, and you're like, I'm here for business, and they're like, hey.
So Tiny was the one that dropped the sword, right?
Yeah, Tiny Tino.
Yeah,
Is the one who went, after he lucky shot. And he's also the one that choked.
I stared his mind.
I think like when after like Kana's done, she's gonna do a walk around and just kind of ruffle Tino's hair and kind of walk off.
Pat was like, Tony leans over and goes, I think she likes you, my friend. I mean, it's the first one you've ever impaled. It's not. Oh, really? You stabbed like a virgin. You've never seen me stab before now. I often.
I miss Ed.
And it's just like braiding Svetlana's hair, and so it's like, it's okay, honey. They smell bad. You stabbed like a virgin. You've never seen me stab before now. I offered you to knife me. I could have seen all your swordplay. But no, you didn't knife me. What can I say? Alas. He's back, by the way, from whatever he's doing. His hands are very clean, but you notice that like they're a little bit cold because he's washed them.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I look at Tiny Tino and I'm like, how do I say this? It's like, if you ever need a sword lesson, I might be willing to help you, so you don't drop it again.
Swordsman?
Sorry, I didn't hear the
Swordsman.
first half of your part.
He said, I'm not really much of a swordsman.
Then what are you?
more of a bowman, personally, ma'am.
Then why weren't you smart enough to have a bow from afar to snipe at us?
Because they told me to have a sword.
Do you just do what anything someone stronger than you tells you?
Kind of.
Waiting for somebody here to say kiss me. That's what you three are like doing.
Wow,
Look, as long as nobody says blow me, we'll be okay.
You said it.
Kiss
Wow,
my ass!
Matthew.
Alright.
I'm trying
Draw
to
me
think.
like one of your French girls.
What's France?
Sorry. Galt.
Gulp.
Like one of your gold women.
Like one of your beautiful Galt women. They are fantastic lovers.
I'll just take that information and it's like, have you ever seen a dragon before?
No. No.
And I'll whistle for Arcade to come over.
I think that's probably when RK finally just like kind of goes flies off of her shoulder.
And then yeah, I'll introduce them to Arcade, my little dragon. You're very lucky I decided not to have Arcade train their fire breathing with the 6 of you.
That's a drag. Tony like elbows him really hard, having witnessed the weird Fae thing. He's like, ow! What the fuck, man? It is a
Table.
noble and terrifying beast,
The other table Saren's like, yes, it is a dragon.
capable, obviously, of defeating us in one fell blow. They were very kind as to beat them themselves instead of sicking such a tremendous creature upon us. You should be so
Kona
thankful.
wanted to do the whole talking thing and convert you first, and I guess. But I know, and I'm like petting Arcade. But I know it would have been a good treat for her. Maybe at the Bandits hideout.
I will say this is one of the times that my sister was correct for the most part, but I still get to kick people's ass.
And what kicking it was. At least one guy is trying to endear himself because he knows he's in shit.
Yeah, I think I swallowed Tony, but I realized like maybe he made Kura flustered, and I'm curious to see if anything can make Kura flustered. So I'll leave.
Get the
Tony
impression
as
maybe he's a
offering.
little bit. He's thirsty and he's a little bit of a kiss ass.
Yeah.
Which is why she's not taking him seriously at all.
I'm trying to think if there's anything specific I want. Other information. Oh, actually, I just turned to whoever's of our group. So, should we rest tonight or try to get to this meeting place for the others?
You said it is about 2 days away?
2 to 3 if you hurry and don't run into anything.
It would be nice to hopefully get there before whoever they're rendezvousing with, so we can get
That would be
another
Cressel.
surprise attack.
That would be who?
Cressel.
Would she be alone?
Not by a long shot. She's better guarded than Haps is.
How many people would be coming with her?
Hard to say whether she suspects something's gone wrong or not.
Well, there shouldn't be any reason why. Not this soon.
Except that Haps is incapable.
I think most people, once they have protected this fort, regardless of the outcome, if things had gone wrong on your end, wouldn't go poking the bear so quickly.
If Hat were to have become indisposed, who would be the next one that she would expect to see to take over? Or would she just expect you all to flee like the cowards you are?
That's not fair.
He looks at you, Sakura. Generally, Cressel would report back to whoever she reports back to. She would assume that if Haps was indisposed, that we died trying, as we would be expected to do.
Okay, so we don't need any of you. You guys can stay here. And as long as the map that those other two are making is worthy, I think we can get there in good time.
I think Saren, at that point, will say that they want to take a closer look and kind of stand up to get a better look and have the two map brothers, friends, whatever they are, the map breakers. They're brothers
Bros.
in my mind now.
They're bros.
They're bros.
Have them kind of walk her through it so she has some like basic understanding of.
And I will move us to that map.
Yes.
Well, while this is going on, Sakura will...
Oh, no, not that one. Don't look yet. You've seen that map, but that's not the important map.
Eyes are closed.
No, it was the map of Brevoy, but that's not the map you need to see.
Yeah.
There we go. All right.
Enhance.
So, y'all... there you go. Y'all are here.
More
The
bubble
location-
dragons.
The location that you would be looking for is here. That's the little bridge there.
Mhm.
It's kind of hard to read, I know, but it says Thorn River Camp. That's the location that they say. And they've placed a couple of additional locations for you.
Mhm.
One is this over here, Bakken's hut. He's apparently a crazy old coot, as they inform you, Saren, because I assume you were asking because you said you were going to. He's apparently a crazy old coot, but he does good potions. They don't fuck with him because he's crazy. And often has alchemist fire. That is where Haps got his, because he paid for it. But it was only because he was a paying customer that it wasn't thrown at him instead. Bakken doesn't really
far away
care
would
who
that be?
buys.
To get to Bakken's hut.
You would arrive there on the second. Basically, each hex will take you a full day to cross. So you could get to Bakken's hut by the second day.
Okay.
The other locations they have marked there for you. Let me scroll up to the map. It's not all the same thing. And I don't remember why I revealed those locations in particular, because I do things and then I forget why. Okay. They suggest that the first, like if you're just going straight down from where y'all are, the first leaf there, they've marked as a place to get these cool like radishes that they've stumbled across. It's sometimes guarded, but if you could sneak in and grab them, they sell for a pretty penny because they're an aphrodisiac. Those are one of their side hustles, basically, that they don't always report, that Haps kind of did on the side and sold the rest off. The second leaf, so straight down from that, is a place that sometimes they would stop when they were... basically, the gist you get is they used to hit just the traders, like the fur guys and stuff, as they were out and grab the stuff. And then once the Levitans moved here and became the trading post, all the fur traders stuff started going to them because they figured the fort was safer. And then Haps got the bright idea, and it's actually how he got promoted to his position. He was the one who basically suggested that, why hit all these little guys when we can just go there? And it's much easier to make one stop and get all the things, rather than try to hit at random. And that's actually what got him promoted, essentially, to this position. It's apparently a fairly fresh one, knowing that, the Levitans have been here less than a year. That makes sense. But basically, once they had everything up and running recently enough to start having people go there, that's when they decided. And that's when, otherwise, regular Bandit Haps basically said, this is much easier. And Cressel said, yeah, all right. they do share with you, because you're less scary, that essentially, rumor has it that Haps was partially put in this position because even though he's a good lay, Cressel doesn't actually like him, and she's waiting for him to fuck up.
Okay. So
this is like a nice job in this area. Essentially, it's considered a pretty easy job, but they do know about the previous group. They do know the rumors that the Stag Lord took them down. But they basically said if Haps had been the one to run into them first, we wouldn't be sitting here. Because he would have fucking died. So, essentially, that's what. So the rumor is basically Cressel is waiting for him to fuck up and either die in the process or not bring back enough stuff so she has an excuse to kill him. Because he's a good lay, but not that good. Also, he's super obnoxious and makes everything unpleasant.
I could
That's
tell.
obvious.
Mm-hmm.
So, did they say what the second leaf was, or just the first one?
That was the second leaf. The first one was the radishes. Second one is just berries. It's just a place they stop for berries, and basically it's just a good place to stop for snack, essentially. It's one of the few places they know as like a location.
Are these the moonberries? Or is it
No.
Okay.
No, I know what you're talking about.
I know.
For
I
your
know you
reference,
change things. Yeah.
For reference, the first one is the one you're thinking of, actually. The first leaf.
Okay.
It's moon radishes.
Moon
I've just
radishes,
changed
okay.
some of the details of it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
But yeah,
It's
that's
a little
that
bit
one.
of lore I know.
Yeah, that's the moon radishes.
Okay.
You're just getting them in a slightly different order. The last leaf, which is the one that's all the way to the bottom and left, is... Fuck if I know, because it's not on my map. Why is that there? Oh, I know what that is.
I am the leaf in the wind.
I know what that is. They tell you that that's actually a nice glade that sometimes they stop. It was actually one of the few nice places they were allowed to go that Haps knew of. They didn't stop there often because it is a little out of the way, but it is a reliable place where like they knew they could get clean water and such, so it is a place that like they keep an eye on. They stopped going there a while back because there were some Fae sightings and they didn't like to fuck with it because Fae.
Like,
It just weird shit was going on, and a couple bandits actually went missing over there, but not like a typical missing. Okay, it turns out they fell into a hunter's trap kind of like thing, but just went missing. And they're like, superstitious. Apparently, Haps is fairly superstitious.
That's why they were scared of my illusions.
Yeah, nice. Because it was the two of them that discovered that the guys were missing, because they were sent out to look for him. Which is how they ended up assigned on Haps duty.
When they're going over the map, if Haps had failed utterly, would there be more people to attack the fort? Or would it be too far out of the way?
And Colin answers. He seems to have the more info than anyone else conscious right now, but not necessarily a whole lot himself either.
Okay.
You're also rapidly gaining the impression that anyone who is assigned to Haps, this was basically a punishment. Because in the same way, you follow your bandit leader. If he goes down, you're assumed to have gone with him. So either they had to help Haps succeed, or...
Yeah.
Which probably starts making some more sense with some of their reasoning about like why they're still here, because we didn't want to die. Weirdly enough, we like being not dead.
Yeah.
That's why we jumped at the opportunity when you presented not dead. But Colin seems to have at least a little more... He seems to maybe not clever, but wiser than some of the other guys. Have a little more common sense, essentially. And he says, likely she would take she'd take the 3, maybe a 4th day to wait for him in case he was late. Assume from there that he had failed, as had the rest of us. Report back. They might set up some sort of force. It's hard to say. It's all dependent on what the Stag Lord wants from there, I would assume.
So, we should take it out at the heart. Got it. How many people normally come with this woman?
When she's not sending out like this, to give you an idea, when we came here the first time, there was over a dozen of us. We're the ones that were assigned and left behind to do it. But that means she takes at least 6 others, and I think there's plenty more than that.
Well, the first thing I want to do is to make sure that the fort is not in immediate danger.
I'd say you'd have at least a week before that's even a concern, if I had to guess.
But if she's out on her own, it's probably better that we prune before we strike.
Well, exactly. That's why I have no problem if we need to rest tonight. I mean, some of us did go unconscious after all, and I just wink at Kana. We should get there, and then we could either follow her so we find the main base, since these gentlemen don't know, or attempt to get some of her lackeys to come to our side. I doubt we'll convince her. And yes, attack. And I'm sure those lackeys will have a way for us to get to the stag lords.
If one of us is a better lay than Hats, maybe we could convince her.
I'm sure.
You actually hear Colin snort, and he kind of like rubs his nose as if, covering it like a cough, but it's the first time you actually notice any amusement out of this guy, honestly.
Yeah, I'm sure any of us is a better lay than him.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, the conversation.
If we can't convince them to change their ways, I would rather deal with them on the road than when they've regrouped. I'm not sure that we could take on an entire fort full of bandits on our own.
No, we'd attack the group that came with this woman. We'll do something similar we did here. You try and convince some of the bandits to lay down their arms and join us, and then I'm almost positive she will not. I'm sure Haps was much more, what's the word I'm looking for? Much more agreeable of the two. And we saw how that turned out. And then hopefully we'll be able to send more. And I look at the 3 that did fight us. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh God. I guess recruits. That's not the word I want, but I'll just use recruits. We'll send more recruits back to the fort and deal with her and whoever was foolish enough to stick with her. And then at least, if it's a week before the Stag Lord expects anything, that'll give us about 3 to 4 days to figure out our next plan. Because you're right, I don't think we can do a whole fort full of them, but we'll at least have some bit of advantage.
I can keep everybody here in line. I don't really doubt that.
Sakura's gonna stay quiet for a few moments, a look of deep thought on her face. If this place were attacked again, where would you men stand?
I mean, one side wants us dead, and the other one wants us less dead. So I would think the one that wants us less dead. If I'm not mistaken, are we all in agreement on that one? I feel like that one's pretty obvious choice, right? And Colin's like, said I liked your teeth better. Meant it.
Just our teeth?
Said I liked your teeth better, and I meant that. I think it's wise for me to say only that for now.
Shame.
But would you pick up swords to defend this place?
If it meant staying alive.
Well, I'm certain that they wouldn't let you live after
Oh.
you already gave up once.
Well, think of it this way. If they do come here again, fight for your life.
We can do that.
If you have any engineering, maybe we can actually fix, while we're gone, y'all can fix the catapults.
Yeah, and maybe, like, put some real archers up there.
Yeah.
Sarah's, like, laughing at that. There's only the 4 of them.
When they mention
that by now.
when they mention the archers, Sakura's gonna kind of like. Oh.
And I look at Tiny, and I was like, and you can do what you do best. Shoot from afar.
I promise I'm much better at that.
I'll have to believe you.
Then,
That's
if I
change
may suggest, since we're all here right now,
I just make Kay actually have slight bit of sympathy for him.
Patino.
He's just so small.
Tino is small boy.
Baby boy.
But taller than you.
Yes, but taller than you.
Everybody's taller than me that we've met
But like,
so far.
Cullen's like 6 foot something. Most of these guys are like 5 foot something. He's like 5 foot like 2.
I'm 3'10". So he's very close.
Yeah, he's tall. But he's much shorter than everyone else in the group.
I just love the visual of you, Sarah, going over there and just patting him and I'm like, "Aw, tiny boy."
Which only makes him feel smaller.
Oh.
I think Sarah did hear that comment of what he said. I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, that's my face to face. It has noted it for further investigation."
Yeah.
Aaron will remember that.
Sorry, now you go ahead.
It's okay. I don't want to steal all the fun. But
You're good.
my suggestion, since we're all here, if some of you can work on fixing the catapults, those who feel confident in their skill in battle, if you could do that. Those of you who are not so sure, I mean, we already have scarecrows. We could probably use them as dummies in the meantime. Practice and hone your skills while we're away. If we can, us 4, and she'll kind of like lean back looking in at Ed, unless Ed wants to join us. If we can go out and stop this Cressel before she's able to report back to the Stag King, we'll not only limit their numbers, but hopefully they'll send out a smaller force to investigate. That will give us more time to prepare, and hopefully we can protect this fort before we move on. Though we should make sure that the fort is not this fort, but Stag's fort is decommissioned. If there is any, if we are able to remove them from power, hopefully maybe then the treasure that they stole can be redistributed and used for good, or returned to the owners if we know who they are. Though I imagine that not everyone that you steal from lives. But that's the best thing that I can think of at the moment. Lower their numbers, buy us some time, build up our defenses here. And she kind of like nods to herself, like not really looking for a response from anybody else, but like is trying to go through like a checklist in her mind.
I believe that is some of what I had suggested, yes. Seems like a good enough plan. And I turn to like Saren for a second, and then I guess the one that's least afraid of me, which it seems like it's Tony. So, your ex-boss, Haps, how long ago was it that he, or that all of you had seen this woman? And it's one of those things where once in a while, yeah, she'll forget names even though they've been said over and over again.
Do you mean Cressy?
Yes.
The last time she was here was the last time we saw her. Usually we drop things off. Haps talks to her a bit, but we are not privy to such things, nor do we wish to be.
Aaron, what if we did that spell again? That way we get a little bit more insight before we go down.
It would be best to do it somewhere where Cressel has spent more time than here. I don't think you would get much from here.
Okay.
Because it's based on location. And you can only see things that happen in the location.
Yes, it would make sense. There would be no reason to get any feelings from here. We already have that.
It could be helpful elsewhere, though.
Speaking of locations, there is one other thing that I'd like to ask about.
Where are the men gonna sleep?
Not so much that. You must have had a base of operations, a place that you store your own treasure. I wouldn't recommend going there right now. But if it's on the way, I mean, we can stop by and pick up anything that you might need.
That's assuming a lot, ma'am. I'm sorry. We would drop off everything at the meet point, and Haps would distribute whatever we were given, which was always enough to carry on our person.
Fair enough. Set.
Really, they were paid in cash only.
Yeah, no.
They weren't trusted with stuff. That's why the map bros had kind of a side hustle with the radishes. But even that went through Haps. He just didn't report that back to Cressel. Or at least he kept her quiet with aphrodisiac.
At least that is one less thing that we have to worry about.
Maybe that's why she thinks he's a good life. It was the relish.
I don't think we should, talk to Haps, do we?
Boop, you know.
I don't think he'll give us anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that he would be very forthcoming with information.
No.
Especially if he believes that he'll be rescued.
Yeah. And Archaea refuses to give me the ability to delve deep into minds for now.
That's a terrifying thought.
Mm-hmm.
Puppo has opinions.
No, Daddy just opened
Papa
the
has
door
tippy
and
taps.
Poppy's like, Potty! Zoom!
Puppo has tippy taps.
Yeah, she does. She's a good puppy. I love her.
Tap, 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 tap.
Though, now that they solved that, it is probably a good idea to decide what's going to go on with the sleeping arrangements at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Kay, did you have a suggestion? With your
He's
hand?
celebrating.
Oh.
I think Saren doesn't actually use their bed. I think Saren will try to decide which one of them they'll say it to. Tino. Tino.
Tino.
It's going to like walk over, stand in front of the table, hands on their hips, say, "You can sleep in my bed."
If Kill Bill Siren had a face, because there's a definite assumption what you mean.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
Are you sure?
Yes. I mean, I don't even use the mattress. What need do I have for it?
Kill Bill Siren intensifies. He starts looking around at the other guys for any sort of help, and they are very pointedly, for once, not purposely. Like even Tony is like, "Oh look, the sky is quite beautiful tonight. The stars. You can't see the stars. It's cloud cover. Yes, but you can feel them."
I think Sarah will just say, "Come on," and try to get Tino to follow them.
For Merrick, thank you for the thirst.
Starts following, like, we're gonna have to have this.
And if you were to go into the room, what you would find is Saren putting the bed back together, making it up nice, and then perching themselves on top of the end of the bed and say, "See, you can sleep there."
Oh. Thank you.
If I wanted to sleep with you, I would have been a little more forward.
Poor Tino. Poor Tino.
See what forward Sarah did.
Right?
I think Sarah's just being mean at this point.
Like, he starts crawling into bed, and he's about to pull up the covers. He goes, "Sorry," crawls back out, takes off his boots, and then crawls back into bed.
Aww.
Like, pulls up the covers. He's just kind of fetal position, not out of fear, just it's a bed. This is so nice. I've only been sleeping in a lumpy bedroll for months.
There's one of them has a spot to sleep.
This is so nice.
Saren's not going to bother helping with anybody else. Saren's going to wrap their wings around them, and sleep.
But yeah, if you actually looked at if you could hear his thoughts, he's like, "I'm in a bed.
Aww.
This is so nice."
I give one look to Sakura, and I'm like, she's not gonna take up on it. Look at Tony, and just say, "Hey, do you want to have a roll in the hay?"
Play my line. But with all due respect, I don't know you well enough for that yet.
Shame.
Oh, he's a respectable one.
That is going to get an eye raise from Sakura.
I mean, I don't know your name. We haven't had coffee. I feel like we should get to know each other more.
He's
first.
a gentleman.
Just because my standards are low, I still have them.
Raises an eyebrow at that because he considers that an insult. All right.
Kata's gonna look at Cullen, the big dude. She's like, "You want to sleep with me?"
You look warm.
This is just a lot of proposition.
I can make you warmer. I see no issues here.
It's all one room.
It's all one room. And there's Tino just in Saren's bed, just I'm in a bed. Noises.
Here's the funny part. They just puddle.
Yeah. Colin's fine with that. He has no expectation. He's like, whatever it means, it's gonna keep me warmer than I've been in many, many nights. So all right.
Also, comfy bed.
Also bed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not done.
Puddling.
Yeah, I think then, she looks at the others. Obviously, the Impaler is never a consideration.
Already been there. It wasn't great.
Yeah,
Not impressed.
Performance was bad.
Exactly.
Aim too high. Very uncomfortable.
And obviously, rightly so, she's probably scared the others. And
yeah, the Mat Bros are I like snow.
Nope, we're good.
Yeah, and I just tell them, you can sleep with the horses then.
Yes, ma'am.
What I'm going to do is go and request Svetlana, the strongest, tea that they have. And go up to the top of the fort. because I realized there's no way I'm going to be able to sleep comfortably tonight and stay awake for the rest of the evening.
All right. You will have a point of exhaustion the next day, by the way.
That's valid.
I'll double check on all that, and we'll
Shoot.
cover that next time.
Why you do this to yourself?
Well,
So-
no one wanted to sleep with me, so. And I can't do what I normally
You
do.
scared and
at
insulted all 6 of them.
night. Usually guys like that.
Honey.
If they like that, they would have slept with Cressel.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they were afraid of Cressel.
Exactly. You're catching
They're
on.
afraid of you.
You're seeing a theme here. None of them are going to say, you remind me of Cressel, because then they'll die.
Right.
Sakura is going to try to find, she'll give up her bed to whoever wants it.
Oh, come on, you gotta cuddle up with Tommy.
Actually, as everyone's dispersing, he jogs after you.
I think it's like if Kana sees this, she's like, "Get it, sister."
May I have a moment of your time?
Oh fuck yeah!
I promise, a perfectly respectable moment, as opposed to our previous moments.
Looking at you respectfully, basically.
Yeah, I'm addressing you respectfully.
Very well.
For all that we talk shit about Tabs, and he is, rightly so, an absolute douchebag, and deserves every bit of it and then some. He was smarter than we usually give him credit for. He's more capable. I've seen it, and I've seen men like him. He knew enough to appear incompetent, so that way his head was never on the chopping block, not really. If you could figure out a way to get through to him, he might have information you find invaluable. As I assume he probably knows more than us. Mostly because he said he didn't. And he's a liar. Bad at cards, though.
I will try. I'm not quite sure if I am able to get through to him, but I will try.
Pride. As most men are. To his surprise, he might be willing to open up. Cressel can't have been that good.
Were you here the last time that she was here?
I was.
Was she the one who struck down Oleg?
Oh, you mean the kick?
Yes.
Of course.
Thank you. I have people to talk to now.
And he actually, and it's gentle, as you're walking away, but it is, he actually grabs your wrist for a second, and it's gentle, it's just kind of fingers. And he pushes something into your palm.
Ooh.
And then walks away. And it is a shiny metal button.
Aww.
One moment.
Sucky and Tony.
He's warming on me, I will admit.
He knows you like shinies, he's got standards, he's a little respectful,
He's warming on me. But
he's trying.
I mean, the accent helps a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the fast-paced Severn.
The general ridiculousness helps a lot too.
Severed.
before
Severn's too good.
before she goes to talk to Oleg and to Haps, she is gonna go around and make sure that everybody has enough blankets and pillows and is comfortable.
Not folk are complaining.
Okay. When she does check on Tino, though, she's gonna pat his head.
Yeah, he's already asleep, all cozied up, and hugging the pillow.
It's
He's
just funny
cuddling
that
it. He's oh.
Probably when you see Kana's bed, it's just kind of laying on top of
Cullen.
Yeah. Cuddling.
He's like starfished.
Yeah, Ami's like I said, she went up to like where she was for the battle and everything. I don't think because she doesn't think smart like that sometimes. Not enough blankets is just sitting there with a pot of like hot tea.
Suko's
And-
gonna bring you a blanket at least.
It's like, oh, I'm gonna be awake. I won't really need the blanket.
It's still cold.
Are you sure you're not going to need it since you're the only one sleeping alone?
I'll find a way to keep warm. I always do.
I'm alone. You're alone. Snow starts to fall.
Right.
We could cuddle. Or start a cuddle puddle with Tino.
That's true.
No, cuddle puddle with Ed.
Yeah,
No.
cuddle bed.
Ed's on the
Yeah.
couch.
And like, so when you get to the
If Saren
blanket,
slept laying down, Saren would happily cuddle with anybody.
right?
And it definitely
I
would
make
be Tino since you invited him to your bed.
I make a little like I take the blanket and I don't because like for me it's not that obviously it's gonna get super cold obviously
Yeah.
but like right now I put like, a little nest for Arcade because I'm like Arcade needs to be warm because he's a fire dragon like Good job today.
Good job yourself. I mean, I don't know if we would have done as well if we didn't all work together. I'm glad that we were able to at least reach them.
Yeah, so I usually don't trust people who lie and steal for a living.
I mean, I can understand that. It's not. How do you say? Most people in that line of work aren't the very trusting sort. Just.
And I understand sometimes circumstances if you need food. I won't never regret anybody who needs to steal for food to survive. But this, and she'll point down to where the bandits are sleeping.
Sometimes, a lot of times, people turn to this way of life because they have nothing else to do. They have nowhere else to go. And they don't want to die. So they'll fight tooth and nail to just stay afloat. That's why I wanted to help. Maybe they didn't have a choice. Maybe they didn't have the opportunity to find a better life. If we could help in some way, isn't that better than just slaying them in the street?
There's, like I said, I do believe in second chances and fresh starts, and we just can't keep giving people that. And she kind of like looks away, like out into like I guess southwards and everything in the deep depths of the forest. And her eyes glaze over a little bit. It's like, but there's always a choice.
There
You
is.
have to live with that choice. And you can't excuse yourself for making it.
I can understand that. But sometimes, I guess it's not that easy to make the right choice. Especially when you're scared and hungry and at your lowest point. It's why I'm always willing to give out a helping hand if needed. That maybe all they need is some kindness. I don't expect that every time that I do it is going to receive this type of result. But I'd rather try than ignore somebody who needs just a little bit of kindness. Besides,
she takes her hand and just pats it or takes her hand to pull into her to hold it with both of her hands gently, and looks at you and just kind of has a kind of neutral kind of smile, and is like, you have a very good soul. I only say this because you don't deserve to get hurt.
she kind of chuckles a little. It's kind of you to say. The way I see it, though, is, well, have you ever seen a cat that was feral and wild and scared of everything? Hisses and claws and bites.
Oh yes, I mean Ash. I almost said Asholdo, but that's not their name. RK once came to me as a cat, and then she starts listing a couple of other stray animals you would see about. But then they finally came back, and I got hurt a couple of times in my hand, but they finally came back trusting enough of their true form.
Was it worth it? The cuts and the bites?
Well, yes. I mean, if it wasn't for RK, I probably wouldn't be here.
Well, that's how it is for me. It's worth it if I can help them. As I said, I know that I won't always be this successful. I'll probably get stabbed in the back sometime for not having my guard up as much as I should. But I'd rather help. I'd rather be there and make those choices that a lot of other people don't seem to necessarily want to make. Because a lot of times in this world it's a lot easier to ignore those who are hurting and scared than to help. It's a guarded thing, and sometimes it's a selfish thing. I don't fault anybody who doesn't want to. But I want to, so I have to at least try. That's why I'm so eager to get out there and try to make this settlement that we're trying to build a place where people can seek refuge and have hope and lean on one another and help one another. And there's a lot of noise in my house. All of a sudden.
There's a lot of noise in my head, too.
Mommy!
And
There's some noise in this house.
And Avi's understands this and everything, and it's like, I want to help too. It's just,
I understand. And she kind of kneels down so that she's more on even level with Ami.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that it's not an easy thing to trust and to be so forgiving or open. But that's why we help each other. You can watch my back so that I don't get hurt, and I can help as many people as we can. And hopefully, all together, all of us can make this world a better place.
It would be nice, yes. It would be nice to have such places, to have something like that. Yes. I just want you to also understand. And I think she leans close. Yeah, sorry, I was just debating in my head if I want to do this. She leans close and goes, just understand, sometimes it's not me. And then she lets go of your hands like, I know, RK, I know. I'll take the blanket later when it gets colder.
Can I do like a sense motive? Not like she doesn't believe Ami, but like trying to decipher what she might mean.
I think that's GM expression for sure.
Yeah.
I think that would provide some clarity for all of us. Hopefully.
Hopefully. Sorry, so what would be a good way to motive in this instance? Like, the definition of motive in this instance is what I'm like.
Like, I know, like, normally with sense motive, the opposing check is deception.
Okay.
But, I mean, I guess you could just...
I just need to know how I frame how I answer you. So, in what you were sensing.
She's trying to understand what you mean by it's not always me.
Okay, so you get the sense that she's telling you in a way that obviously isn't like a threatening kind of way or anything. Just like for her, it's like, oh, it's just a fact. You get the, how do I explain this?
The sense or feeling, or
yeah, it's a like you get. I'm just trying to like I have it in my head how I want to explain it to you, but I can't think of the words. It's not necessarily like she has a dual personality or anything, but it's like her amnesia is so great that when she remembers random things, she doesn't think it's her. Mm-hmm. So it's like I guess it's a little bit of dissociation that she has with her amnesia, with her forgetting. So it's not like you get that she believes fully in this lie she's telling herself. That all her actions aren't her always, because she thinks it's like, oh no, this is just like, you know, I just don't remember what happened before, and that's what it is, and it's like not me, and sometimes she has the wisps of memory of something else, or how do I say, she has connected with other people with their feelings, and they've lingered, like what she did the spell with Saren,
like bleed.
Yeah, so there's like a bit of bleed, and so she associates that with like, oh, it's someone else doing that, not me, kind of thing. Even though she doesn't, because she doesn't have that any more the training or understanding of what her abilities are. No. So you have a feeling like there's something off here, but she's being honest to you, but you know that it's kind of like the whole thing. It's like, no, she believes RK is a dragon, like 100%. It's like kind of thing, if that makes sense.
Alright.
I have no more water. I need to get more water. But yeah, it's definitely not anything threatening. It's just like, letting you know I might do something off. But it's not me, don't worry. It's not how I really am.
not worrying is that some other person is doing things through me.
Yeah.
It's not me, though. It's just my body. My body.
So Cora is just going to kind of lay a hand on her shoulder to. I'm gonna redeem the hydrates after I'm done talking, because I'm gonna need it.
I'll drink, so I got thirsty.
She'll lay a hand on Ami's shoulder. If there comes a time that it's not... I think my husband's watching, because after all those hydrates came in, he started laughing. If there ever comes a time that it's not you, we'll worry about that then. And we'll make it right.
Good. I don't always want it to, have it be RK's burden.
We'll help each other out. If you ever feel like you're not yourself, then we'll try to bring you back to yourself, that is. And anything that happens in the interim, we're not going to hate you for that or abandon you for that. I hope you know that.
I mean, I'll understand. It's not a worry. People get abandoned all the time.
No. And she'll kind of like put a hand on Ami's head. We won't abandon you. You're family now.
She smiles and her eyes kind of brighten a little bit when you say that.
Even if you leave, you'll always have a home. A place to come back to. Just as much as the boys down there and any one of our group.
Well, they need to earn it first, but yes.
I'm sure that they will earn it. And they'll prove you to be honest men.
I don't know about that, Tony, but sure.
I'm actually quite surprised myself, so there's still a chance that they might surprise you.
Well, you should go to sleep. I mean, it's late. Talking is a lot of energy, and you did do a lot of that today.
Let me finish my drink first.
Instead,
I ran out of water, so the last two hydrates are gonna be soda.
Wow,
That's-
big bottle drinking it. Damn.
and I just hydrate all day.
My husband likes 2 liters. Because they help go through his day at work a lot easier than getting up every 5 minutes to get another.
I just find that they get stale really quickly.
Yeah, that's why I don't like them, but I didn't want to
Yeah.
drink all the little bottles. And he was supposed to go out to the store today, so that's really all I have.
Anyway,
I have a few things left that I have to do. So, I'll go to sleep soon, though. You stay warm, and even if it's not a lot, try to get some shut eye, okay?
Maybe closer to dawn. I sleep a little bit better then.
I can understand.
But don't worry.
it.
I have RK.
And she kind of looks over to RK and kind of boops his nose. You take care of her, okay? And she'll get up and then make her way down to first go to the... Well, how late is it? Is it like super late or is it just like
It's getting late.
Okay.
Like, it's bedtime. It's 10, 11 at night easily. At this
then
point.
then she's going to go to Oleg's first.
Well, we're gonna pick up with that next time.
Okay.
Because it's 12:30.
Okay.
We went
It's only
over.
12:30. What are you talking about?
You guys are the ones who said that I need to limit it to 4 hours. I'm like,
I
let's go
know.
12. Let's go.
I can't.
That's
do
fine.
I will
Yeah.
write down my questions so I don't forget.
You
Yes,
do
dude.
that. Hey, Shro.
Because I'm dumb. I never write down anything when I'm like, yeah, I should probably have written
Right.
that down.
My cat has informed me it is time for the end of session.
How dare you?
Bro.
Time.
Thank you, Shro. He's like, meow, it's time for stop. So, they're not quite done, but most of the people curled up, particularly Tiny Tino,
Yes.
who is so cuddly, all curled around the one pillow. Oh, so
There
close.
you make me feel sympathy.
I know, it's like, no, fuck all these guys, fuck all of them, and now you're like, you can sleep in my bed. I feel bad for you. I don't want to feel bad for you, but for you.
Music.
I'll have to believe you. Well, that's a nice change of pace.
See, I was nice to Tony. I'm like, see, we won't force you.
He's
to
the only one you were nice to, though. And it was
Yeah.
brief.
Well, he didn't stab me, and I felt sorry for him because he dropped his sword. I mean, like, that's pretty pathetic.
It's really pathetic, honestly. I mean, not
He-
quite as
he-
pathetic as the
he-
bandit leader
I think
dropping an arrow.
I
But-
think
Right on
it's
my
more
head.
that we are maternally, instinctively feel bad for this boy because he is a boy and he's
He's not.
He is.
He's
He's
so-
technically a man, but
He's an adult.
He's a boy.
bear in mind,
He's a boy.
okay? No, I'm throwing this out there. Bear in mind. Bear in mind, he's only like 19.
He's a boy.
I'm only like 40.
And you're a woman.
In Faye years.
You're a MILF.
I'm very young.
yeah.
And for a human, he's also still pretty young, actually.
Yeah.
I was born when I was 15 or 16.
Well, see, you were
So I'm
already,
only like
You were almost as old as he was when you were born. Anyway, we'll leave everyone with that strange note of Fae biology for a bit. Ponder on that. Ooh, you're almost as old as I was when I was born.
Yeah.
Just think on that till next Saturday.
my cabbage
They
patch.
picked an extremely emotional cabbage. But with that, I feel like we've had a nice time tonight. We got to know some interesting personalities.
Yes.
We
Some
survived
received
combat.
a shiny button.
We did not die.
Yeah.
No, nobody died, which is impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And I look forward to seeing what's going to happen next week.
Yeah.
Of course, on this wonderful, wonderful Twitch stream called Thanks for Playing. Good night!
Good night. I'm currently looking for somebody to raid. It's just been really laggy loading that part up.
Well, lag faster?
I'll just say bye forever.
Don't lag.
Stop it! Stop it!
Raid
Just
channel.
Oh,
What
Get
is
some help.
available?
Stop it.
just oh.
It's like being so slow. I don't understand.
You're actually freezing on stream. So
Yeah.
probably just end it.
We're
Yeah, just
going.
end it and-
We're gonna raid Cece because I got that up now.
There you go. Go say hi to Cece. Tell her to hydrate.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi,
Because we were too thirsty.
We were so thirsty. I've only introduced more thirst.
It's not.
Yes, it is. It's thirst.
So everyone, have a wonderful night. I know I will.